अस्सलाम वालेकुम। तो कैसे हैं आप सब लोग। मेरा नाम खिजर है और आज के दिन मैं आ चुका हूं आप लोगों को कुछ बातों से आगाह करने के लिए जो कि पबजी मोबाइल क्रिप्टो इन्विटेशनल से रिलेटेड रहती है। तो मैं आप लोगों को कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें बताना चाहूँगा जो आपको अभी तक नहीं पता रहने वाली है, और वो रहेंगी इस इवेंट का स्ट्रक्चर और फॉर्मेट, और कौन कौन सी टीम इस इवेंट का हिस्सा बनेंगी उन 2 लाख पाकिस्तानी रुपीस के बैटल के लिए। तो दोस्तों, पाकिस्तान में ये पहली दफा होने जा रहा है जिधर मल्टीपल रीजन्स एक दूसरे का मुकाबला करने के लिए आ रहे हैं, जिसमें साउथ एशियन, साउथ ईस्ट एशियन, मिडल ईस्ट रीजन भी मुकाबले में यहाँ पे आने वाले हैं। और ये सभी चीजें
ये होगी DRS ISC
सब होनी है, सब होनी है, सब होनी है, सब होनी है। एक काम करें, आप ही कर ले, मैं जा रहा हूँ।
अरे नहीं खिजर नहीं, बस खिजर आ जाओ। अच्छा, खिजर तो जा चुके हैं तो आगे मैं ही कंटिन्यू कर लेता हूँ। तो बेसिकली 2 नॉकआउट स्टेजेस होंगी, वहाँ पे पाकिस्तान की और साउथ एशियन टीम्स कॉम्पीट करेंगी।
वहां से कुछ चुनी चुनी चंद टीमें आगे बढ़ेंगी मेन स्टेजेस की तरफ। मेन स्टेजेस में हमारे पास मौजूद हैं PMGC टीमें जो कि एक दूसरे का मुकाबला करके पहुंचेंगे दी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। और इन सारी ही क्वालिफिकेशन के दस्तूर में एक फैन फेवरेट वोटिंग पोल भी यहाँ पे किया जाएगा, और आप लोगों को मौका दिया जाएगा कि अगर आपकी टीमें ग्रैंड फाइनल तक नहीं पहुंची हैं तो सारी यहाँ पे पावर आप लोगों के पास होगी कि वोटिंग के बदौलत आप उन लोगों को ग्रैंड फाइनल तक पहुंचाएं, और वो जो 2 लाख पाकिस्तानी इनामी रकम है उसमें लोगों को बाहक मौजूद करवाएं। तो दोस्तों, देखना ना भूलिए इन सारे ही एक्शन को KOD Esports के YouTube चैनल पे 26 जनवरी से लेके 1 फरवरी तक मैं करूंगा आप सभी लोगों का इंतजार।
As the forces collide, we have arrived at the final frontier to find out who the best in the entire Asian region is. Hello folks, welcome to the grand finals of the Crypto Invitationals. I'm Fixes, who'll be your host, and with me on the desk is going to be Torix, who's had a rather sleepless night tending to his cat, Zorro. And yeah, he's been going through quite some trouble. So welcome on the desk, my friend Torix. And tell me, how has the entire situation been? Has it been sorted out?
Oh, yes. First of all, thank you so much, Fixes, for the wonderful and a warm welcome. And definite, we are finally on the grand finals, the final that we're waiting out for the teams to be played at. This is the first day, and out of the 3 days, it's going to be a hectic scenarios for not just us, but for the teams as well. It's going to be a blast. They will have to find out something that will trigger on them to get those position points, those juicy eliminations for themselves to come out right on the top at the very end.
Indeed, it will be. It's going to boil down to the very final game. That's what I believe. But for that to happen, of course, let's take a quick look at the point structures that we have. It's the same old usual format that we have. For the first position, you're getting 10 points and so on. It reduces, and for every single eliminations, as quite stated, you get just 1 point. So this is one of those point structures that we've been talking about. Has been very much interested in enhancing all these teams to go a little bit aggressive, don't you think, Torix?
I totally agree. With this new point system, the teams have to go on an aggressive approach. But for the squad rosters, let's look at the teams and the players that will be playing in the complete tournament. Starting with the team RRQ, which had the special invitation. They are playing their DEADEYES guys, VOIN Esports, Alter Egos, Team Ghost, and the Team IHC with their rosters intact as well.
Oh, indeed. Now, looking at the big dogs, right? We've got 2 invited teams. In fact, 2 teams, one of which has been a fan favorite, and there has been a special invite for RRQ, whilst the others, they have all been qualifying and through those stages have made it here to the grand final. So 18 teams participating. We've got Boom Esports, NFT Esports, 7th Element, Team Rage, Skyforce, Horaa Esports, the best out of the entire Asian region, just fighting it out for the ultimate glory.
Oh, they are playing for the ultimate glory because they have to, like, this is a big event that they have to play in, and you have to be the champion for it. But on the third page, we are seeing yet 6 more teams T2K, DRS for Miracle Vibes, ARF Esports, which I am quite amused by their player names 001, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we have
Alright.
the fan favorites as well. AGON from Pakistan. There's A1TMT as well. But yes, what are your thoughts on that, Fixes? The ARF, this is something unique that I've not seen anyone do it with their player names.
Those are the secret codes, right? Which we need to crack, but we will eventually hope that they get on the kill feeds and get a lot of those finishes for their names. But going across, we do have 5 maps to be played, and it is going to be the first game in Sanhok. Next on, we're heading towards Erangel. Third game, it's going to be in Miramar, and then followed by an Erangel and Miramar. So 5 matches every single day. We've got 15 matches in total. Now, we've been constantly emphasizing on the fact that it is about the ultimate glory. And for an esports player, for the fans, what better could it be rather than just proving and getting those bragging rights that they are the best team in the entire region?
I totally agree, but you're not looking at the factor that it's 15 matches that each and every single team will be playing, and that's a big thing. A single match will be crucial for the teams, and as they're playing 5 matches in a day, they have to at least, if the team wants a specific spot in their top positions, they have to at least play 3 matches are really, really good, and out of those 5 matches, the rest 2 you can play on your momentum with the aggression, with trying to get some more eliminations for yourself, a bonus in fact in tie. But Sanhok is the first match. Sanhok will be the first one that we will be seeing, and starting off the very bad, the teams that have to take an aggressive stance. We usually talk that the first day is usually the water testing days. The team plays like first 3 matches as in a complete aggression. But if it's Sanhok, the aggression is gonna like increase 100 folds even more.
Indeed. And no second guessing this. And even I was kind of surprised when I saw that we're going to start off with Sanhok, and it's going to be action right from the very get-go. And we've got so many of those teams, right? It's a perfect culmination of various cultures, of various kind of style of esports that they kind of tend to inculcate in PUBG Mobile. And that's one thing that we've got certain teams who like to play right on your face, go dead smack, hitting the ground right from the very start. And then there are certain teams that really focus and emphasize on the rotation. They know that towards the end, if we survive, we're going to get enough of those limbs. So it's all going to be about the battle of the biggest minds along with the brunt of the strength that they put on the table.
I totally agree with everything that you have actually said, and even in fact not just the Sanhok, but every single match, the team has to like really emphasize whether they want the kills, whether they want the eliminations for themselves, or at the same time they want to go for the positioning. As for the positioning, you only get 10 points as double digits as in a winner chicken dinner. And aside from that, on the elimination side, you can get a lot more than that. 3 teams you take down, that's easy. More than a complete winner chicken dinner package for you. That's 12 points the team can secure. But for that, you also have to like really think of the strategies and really think of on the other team's in fact strategy, how they're gonna use like their momentum and how you can counterattack on them. Because if you are not able to do that, you will not be surviving those fights. You cannot come out unscattered from those fights, even if you have a good gun power, because strategy means everything. A single player, a duo cannot do like a complete squad wipeout without a proper strategy.
A lot has been going across in the entire scene, right? We're seeing so many of those stalwarts come into play. You've got Skyforce, who apparently are no more stalwarts. They still have the same team. They're still going to go all out. Then we've got the likes of MERICAL vibes. And when you look at the entire SEA region, also so many of those beautiful teams out there. So, I'm really surprised to see how are they going to pan across when they're kind of facing off against each other. But then you've got a few teams from Pakistan, AGON X. I'm pretty sure all the Pakistani fans would be looking forward to how their favorite player CRYPTO has been doing, because I've been a little off from the entire PUBG Mobile region for quite some time, but I've been hearing great news about how this region has been progressing.
Oh, they have been progressing like a little by little, but at the same time with a good consistency. That's one thing. A consistency is what you need. Team AGON has done that
Indeed.
consistency as well. Last time in the officials, we also saw a new name that was Seventh Element, and My
Indeed.
like expectation for them is quite really high in this tournament as well, because not only they also played throughout the league stages in every single match, they have also secured their position in the grand finalist teams. There is also another team, and that is the team Rage that outdone themselves. In fact, on the last day of the league stage, they had like what 8-10 points in the 3 days marker, but on the last day of the league stage, in just 2 matches, they managed to secure themselves 28-30 points, and because of those crucial matches that they actually played in the last day, they even managed to secure their positions in the top 16 that were proceeded into the grand final. So these are the 3 teams from the Pakistan side: AGON, Seventh Element, and the team Rage. But really, you have to be consistent in every match. And I'm not talking about just these 3 teams. I'm talking about every single team, whether you're invited, whether you're qualified from the very get-go. You have to make sure that not a single wrong move is done, because if it is, these are the giants that played really, really hard, and they're not going to let that opportunity slip by for them.
Of course. Now, we've been talking about the grand finals, how, the competition is going to be quite
Yeah.
cutthroat, don't you think, Torix, right? From the very first day. I don't know if they're going to really test the waters, because I feel they're going to go all out. Because either ways, during the league stages of the various other official tournaments that we do have some breathing space. But right now, everything, it's just water around your neck. And you've got to hit the ball out of the park to have a kind of a good start. So, yeah, starting off with Sanhok, that's going to be exciting, though. But for more than that, I'm kind of excited to see how the Indonesian teams, how the Thailand teams, and how the Malaysian teams are also going to fare off. Now, we've got one team from Bangladesh also. We've got A1TMT. Now, that is a team that I think you and I, we've both been quite familiar with. They're the best around their region. You've got the Nepalis, you've got the Pakistani teams, and they're going to do well as well. I mean, you're talking about the likes of DRS. There was one time, I think it was a year ago, where they kind of secured the 2nd position in the entire world. But let's not forget, we've got IHC also amidst us, who are the reigning champions of the global championships.
Yes, they are the reigning championships of the global one, but still, Fixers, there's a lot of things to take in for the teams, and I'd say IHC, they still have to perform with a similar pace, with a similar strategies, if they want like a good position in even this match, because these are the points, these are the matches that you can actually make a mistake. You have to take the practice in for consideration as well, and the officials are what's your final goal. These are just for the majority of the time practices, and the teams will be playing like as a practice, and they will be improving. First and foremost, they will be improving, and the second thing, the strategies that might be revealed out to them. Their counterfeit strategies that they can devise against the teams for like a higher stage, for even this stage. It's all gonna depend. It's all gonna depend, and the more the face, like how fast you can adapt to your situation, is how fast you're gonna make sure that the other team do not survive against you.
Oh, indeed, you have to. Because, when I was looking at this rosters and looking at the squads, we've seen across the past year, we've had quite some shuffles around all these teams. But I hope they're kind of doing stable. But, if you've got to pick up some favorites over here, Torix, I know who I have in my mind. But for you, what is it? Who is it going to be, rather?
Oh my god. For the first match or for the entire day? That's my
For the
question first to you.
entire tournament. Like, there must be certain teams that you might have handpicked. Like, these are the teams that are the favorites to win this one.
Okay. How much are we talking about? How many teams? Give me a number on that, because I don't want to like take.
Let's
too
start
many
with 3
teams.
first. Let's start with 3. Yeah, I think
Okay,
3
so the
should be a
top
good
3.
number.
One is
Yeah.
going to be Seventh Element. The second
Alright.
one I want to choose is I'm gonna play it a little bit safer side, the team IHC. But the
Alright.
third one, the new name, the old team with a new name, with a new face, Sky Force, I want to pick. And let's see, these 3 are my choices. What are your choices for that?
I've got 5, 6 in my mind, of course.
Oh.
If you kind of have to speak from your heart, you would want to see even the players from AGON IA do really well, because Crypto has been a great friend of mine, and he's had his own tour around the European region, coming back to Pakistan. It's been quite a storyline over there. But when you look at the facts and figures over here, then you've got some great stalwarts in the mix, right? You've got the likes of IHC, you've got Skyforce, like you said. You cannot forget for MERICAL vibes. You know, these lads are on fire. Certainly touted to be as one of the most aggressive team in the world. But then let's not forget, we have so many teams from the Southeast Asian region as well. You've got the likes of Alter Ego, you've got the likes of VOIN, Rosemary. He's been making a lot of news recently. But from what I've heard, he's got a little bit of a dip in form in terms of how he's performed in the official events. But lately, when I was looking at the stats, he's been flying high. So that's one player I have my eyes at. But again, I'm really open to seeing, or rather being surprised over here, because like I said, you know, it's going to be spanning across just 3 days, and anything could really happen.
Anything can really be happening. It all depends upon the teams, the strategies, and their rotations. Somebody will be taken aback by their rotation. Somebody will be receiving a backstab in the next 3 days that we're gonna see, in fact, first and foremost. But at the same time, there can be some crucial factors. The teams where there's a chance that they might come out on top. I have seen these teams not just performing like in under pressure, but performing even better than they usually do under the pressure. So under pressure is one thing, but you have to like not change your strategy. You have to make sure that your strategy stays the same, and that is that you have to focus on winning. That is one mindset that you need throughout the journey, and that's the driving force that you require for your victory.
You know, the voice in my mind says, I think we are ready, right? Enough chat and banter, because the game number 1 is about to begin in just a wee while. The players have already made it to the spawn island, and it's going to be in Sanhok. The first matchup, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 5 matches for you. This is day number 1, and off we go into the skies. It's going to be a flight path all the way from Hathin towards Bantai, and let's see where these teams tend to drop across, and if we do have any potential drop clashes.
If we have any potential drop clashes or not is a bigger question right now, because it's Sanhok. It's definitely bound to have some clash drops fixes. I think that, and right off the very bat, we are seeing a lot of teams taking the drops. But are they going to be in a clash? That is a bigger thing, because boot camp is accessible, paradise is accessible, and even in fact every single place of Sanhok is in fact accessible for the teams. I can already hear some shots in the back of my head, and the fights have already begun as 7th Element has decided to take some players down. One of their players is also being knocked out. Goku wants to push forward, but there is nobody in the front lines. But aside from that, aside from the 7th Element fight that we're seeing on our small screen, look at the map. Look at the circle, in fact, right now, Fixes. AGON, they have a clash with not just 1, but 2 different teams. On Painan, there is also another team that has a multiple clash.
Indeed, I think it's against the lads from VOIN and AGON I8. This is something that they did not really picture right from the very beginning. We've got one of the fan favorite teams already out and about from the lobby. 7th Element really had a great start, I must say. Quick 3 finishes, and seems like AE, they are in a whole world of trouble. But just when we thought that VOIN had a fair share of good times, it is going to be the players from DEADEYES who have been raining death and destruction. I think they've got a couple of finishes to their name as well. So now, you know, just when we had the entire flight path panning through, teams were dropping, and just in a jiffy, we've already got one team eliminated and the other almost on the cusps of taking an exit.
Oh my god, this is a big exit from the team AGON XIA side. But aside from that, if you're looking at the rest of the 17 teams, I can already see Team VOIN having those 4 eliminations against Team AGON. But there is also 7th Element with the 3 eliminations to their name. Not a single player has been eliminated at that point. One elimination that Team VOIN actually gave out, I think, is to the team at DE. That is close by to them, and the fight might happen in a little while, but 7th Element still, there's another team close by to them, A1 TMT. They're also taking the fights, they're also taking those aggressions against each other, but so far, R9 Naki with M416 and a DBS in hand, he is ready, he's set for the loot, but now he has to find the players, he has to take some fights. Talking about the fight that's happening against the A1 TMT, it's ARF that's they're up against.
You know, 002, we've been talking about him, you know, about this particular team. Instead has got that S86, and there you go. Did get a knock, but instantly gets traded off with that grenade. Some really nice teamwork on the display over there, and now they have succumbed to just their final player surviving. That is gonna be 004. But when you're looking at IHC, they've gotten a little bit of a higher ground. They've heard all that commotion across the bay, and Alien, he was so well prepared, gets that first knock. You've got Abiliamo trying to make a push on him. He's got a DBS already on his hands against a Vector. Really fancy the DBS's chances, but you cannot really rule out this weapon. But Abiliamo gets that knock on Alien, and finally seems like 7th Element, they've taken a couple of losses.
Oh, they have taken a couple of losses, 2 in fact for the number, but also they have so far 3 eliminations and a single knockout on the team IHC. Slowly and steadily they will be pushing forward, but I don't think that 7th Element should push at this point. But the fire from the top, T24OP gets another knock on the team IHC. Demo OG is on his knees as one player gets back up, the other one goes right down. Alex now moving forward. Shamir doesn't have any kind of healing on himself, so it will be an easy pick on Shamir. But for that, Alex, you have to find the player. You have to first and foremost know the location on where the player is.
My God.
Oh my, the fire, the UMP versus the barrel. It was a great start. Shamir did try his best, but inevitably he got down.
Yeah, caught between a rock and a hard place, had nowhere to run and hide, and gets picked off as we can see the players off for MERICAL Vibes taking a fight against Team NFT. You've got Bayblock from the black lines wanting to force a grenade, but look at Baron. He's just sneaking up from the rooftop, and this could really go awry for them if NFT, they're not careful about it, as in a little while we will have this fight breaking out. But seems like Bayblock, he's heard the commotion, he's heard all that sound. Baron, his position has been compromised, but now Bayblock needs to find some cover, and indeed he's done. As NFT Esports, they're looking to find to somehow try and get a reset in this particular fight. But for MERICAL Vibes, now this is not the start that they would have really thought of around Painan, as they've lost out on Apex and Doc.
Oh, and MERICAL Vibes. The initialization, it was good, but 2 players, 3 players down now, and just a single player, like at this particular place. It's going to be hard for the team for MERICAL Vibes to like pace out the situation. It is a 2 versus 3. Sunfish has been taken down, and look at that. Oh my god, with the grenade, he gets the player down. Wrong is coming, but Wong. A second grenade is incoming. You have to be careful. The second grenade do not make an impact. Jam it will give out the healing, well as the other player from the team. He will be trying to hold out the fort for the team, but Baron wants some more elimination. He takes a peek. He gets that knock, a completion, and oh, with that, the fight becomes an equilibrium, a 2 versus 2. But for RV right now, Chow, he is one on a really panicking position, whereas the cover might not come for the player, but the team, the cavalry is there. Healing has been popped off, but as we are talking about the team for MERICAL Vibes, they might not survive. One player down, but he gets another one. It is a 1 HP clutch, and he makes it out for MERICAL Vibes with the 3 eliminations. Team NFT has been taken away.
Now, seems like their happiness is quite short-lived, because just when they won that fight, there's another team rushing right at their direction as Horaa Esports. They've picked a fight against the players of T2K. It's fights happening left, right, and center, every single way you can imagine. You've got no fear Another one surviving as T2K Rig. He's got that grenade lobbed over. Doesn't hit its mark. No, it's going to be the answer. Sky, he's been spotted out, just running for his life, trying to survive for as long as he can. But seems like T2K do not want to let him live. They want to push him down as Drawlin, he finds a knock on Sky. What on earth is happening? So many of these teams are just fighting it out, and it's so difficult to even process what's going on. As look at from the backlines, we've got another team rushing at them as Rig. He's got the grenade lobbed in, and he's just about to throw and cause a lot of death and destruction.
Oh, but at the same time, T2K, with those eliminations, they're gonna come out on top. No fear, Horaa has been eliminated. With that, now the first 4 teams have been taken away. But what about the rest 4 teams that are still in the middle of the fight? We are still seeing Painan being clustered. DRX XMPL has been taken away, knocked out. At the same time, T2K not only is engaging in a single fight, but after the first initialization of their fight, after the first winning, they have instantly immersed themselves in a second fight as well. Team RRQ, they're waiting in the backside of the Painan area for MERICAL Vibes is in the closest vicinity as well. But Team Rage, they want to close in on the T2K. Break is waiting, a sneaky move, but yet a Sanhok move set, a Sanhok mindset. He's the prone with the DBS. He's waiting to bite someone off, to put that venom in somebody's arm and to take them away. Rig gets taken down by Zibian, but at the same time, Team Rage, now with the new motivation, now with the new confidence, they're gonna push forward. They're in the panic room. We can see Love, a grenade goes there, the damage has been dealt, player gets eliminated, and with this, T2K is out of the match. Fixes.
What on earth is happening over here? It is death and destruction everywhere throughout the lobby. Of course, Team Race, they heard all that commotion, that fight that had already splurted out. So many of those third parties are happening, and this really happens in a map like Sanhok. You've got 18 teams in the mix, and if you hear those gunshots, you're gonna go straight for all those limbs. And but you know, we need to take a little bit of a moment, because from what we witnessed from Baron, that was something out of the ordinary. That man was barely on a sliver of health and still managed to take down 2 players along with him. As Boomy spots, we can see them traversing through their buggy. There's got a couple of people around them. I think they seem to have spotted someone. Yes, that's the vehicle. They've got a slight idea, hoping that there could be someone around them. As we see yet another team, it was RRQ, also biting the dust. Now, when you look at the circle and see how it's spanning across, it's kind of centered around Tatmok, or rather more northernish circle as a matter of fact. But look at the number of teams alive. We started off with 18, and now we just have 12.
6 team already gone back to the lobby for their next match. But DRS, with the 4-man still standing to their name with the 4 eliminations, they have the corner so far. They're out of the blue. They have to make sure that they're at least inside the safe circle. And for that, they have to use the cars. They have to use the vehicles, which I'm not quite really fond of in Sanhok. Fixes in Sanhok, having a vehicle, I think it's not a great idea, because you can cross the complete map with just your foot, and having a vehicle just give a slight tilt edge on you, and not just you, but it also gives a huge backlash that the majority of the teams that is in the closest vicinity, they're gonna see you. But IHC, talking about them and their fight, they have taken one of the team D's player. One of them is down on his knees. The rest 3 are trying their level best from the long range vicinity to take down some initiatives to make sure that they can come and reach their player for the rescue.
Oh my god, look at that. That was something out of the ordinary. But Meow Meow is in the mood, and he's trying to create that little bit of a flank angle. We've seen IHC kind of causing a lot of mayhem across that western island. We did see them early on engaging against one team, and now DE, they are in a really precarious spot, right? Caught in the dead smack middle of 2 teams, and how do they escape from here? That's the bigger question. You've been talking about how fast this entire game has been. 7th Element, they've also bitten the dust, and so many of these teams are falling down. And let's not forget that these couple of teams, they've got to make a move. They've got to find a good cover. They've got to find some good aerial advantage for them, which they are actually trying to accomplish. But when you look at Yummy May, he just might be walking to his grave because he's closed in on the distance and seems like Alex is present to give the cover fire. Well, the commotion, I'm pretty sure Demo has heard it and he wants to take an action right now.
He has to take an action right here, right now, but Team Boom is also cautious. They're the ones that took down the second player of the team at DE at this time, but Demo G with the fire. Yummy May has been spotted, the damage has been dealt, but it was not enough that the player can be taken down. Demo G now moving away, recurring back to his team. Boom trying to give out the cover in the meanwhile, and as they know that yes, there's another team in the closest vicinity. There's not just one team that is DEing the compounds. You have players in the open. They have decided to move away. A slight tilt back from this fight is going to help them a lot way in the upcoming moments that's about to come, because you're still in the top 11, and even here, if you get eliminated, you're not going to have a single position point for yourself. You have to be in a top 7, top 8 position to actually gain a single point.
Oh, indeed. And now, at this given moment, we've got the players of Deadeyes, guys, spotting around Pondbit. I think, yeah, a couple of shots exchanged, just pot shots there, though, warning him just to stay away from their territory. But I like what Boom Esports are doing, right? They've got that little bit of a high ground advantage for them. But to their misfortune, they're outside the zone right now. They've got to make a quick run for it. And for what it's worth, IHC, they've finally decided to end all this misery of Deadeyes, guys, as Yetauta and in fact Nova, he's in a whole world of trouble, just trying to walk in through lava. He's given his position away. He's right out in the open, baiting Meow Meow. But now look at him. He's burning. He's taken quite some damage over there. But look at those preemptive shots, and beautifully done, beautifully executed, as his teammate also falls down. And Deadeyes, guys, they also go down back to the lobby.
They've been thrown back to the lobby, but if you're talking about the rest of the teams, the top 10 teams, R9 right now in a pinch, in a cluster against the team IHC, but Demo G has been taken away, knocked out, confirmed by Supraman, and the first elimination, the first blood. Team R9 has finally tasted the first blood of this match as well. Alex slowly and steadily moving away, crawling to the position of the team R9, trying to, I do believe, to find a way that he can execute a specific plan that might help his team. But Alex's position is going to be revealed in a moment, because Naki is also looking at there. And as Team Boom is in the backest vicinity, there can be a third party. There can be like a third party from the Team Boom. Team Boom has done that before as well. Team Boom has done that third party before. It's not the first time that they have done this, but IHC R9, the fight has finally begun. Team Boom is also making sure that their name is also heard. Their shots are also heard. Some damage was dealt, but so far, Team IHC right now surviving with just the one player. But Alter Ego, Alva, what are you doing, my brother?
He's in a whole world of his own, right? And, you know, that's welcome considering how much of those fights have been breaking across the mainland. But now, Team GHOOST, they've had a rather good start into the game. Do have one of their players already being taken down, but Noki, he's up for some revenge. Will get the better out of Yummy May. But talking about IHC, of course, they had a lot on their plate before they could even chew everything down. They were also dismantled. But now, when you take a look at the circle, I really like how Team Trollin has, you know, positioned themselves. They've got all 4 of their players alive. They're doing really great. But as we were speaking, it seems like in one of their losses there. So you've got certain teams from Pakistan. You've got R9 GHOOST. They're doing really great over here. They still want to get inside the circle. Boom Esports, they've been focusing on the rotation, but let's not sleep on the Giants, right? We still have the entirety of Skyforce who are yet to unleash themselves.
Who are yet to unleash themselves, and the fights are still gonna happen. The fights are still pending for many of the teams. Team Boom, even with the complete squad intact, they have so far decided to take away just one elimination to their name. DRS, in the meanwhile, they have a complete squad as well, but the position that they are in right now, I do believe so. that it will still take time. It will still take this stage, in fact, for them to actually engage in a battle. But Team Boom, they have their eyes set up on the Team R9, and as Team R9 will be moving inside of that circle, I do believe so, there will be some consequences for that. There will be some consequences on the team. But Rage, talking about this team so far, as a 3 elimination to their name, 3 man is also surviving. Not a lot of grounds to cover for the teams because the circle has closed to the Paradise Eastern Edge. A1 TMT, they're in the circle. Team Rage, not sure where they're shooting at, but yes, they are shooting at something, at someone, maybe trying to find out the player if he's there or not.
Yeah, I think Rage really seem to be the favorites over here, have the Dead Smack center to themselves, but A1 TMT Hitman, he finds Breezy out of nowhere, just around his covers. Of course, one of those players being taken down, and suddenly tension builds up in their department, because we know Boom, they have been across the map, they've been getting around, taken through the fights. But now, you know, A1 TMT, if you look at the bigger picture, they've got the higher ground, they're the nearest to the circle. If they want, they could really change their fortune, but Ponbit seems like he wants to force this fight. We've got Death Star, gets a beautiful knock with that DBS, will instantly flick through the other direction. He's taking quite some damage from the far Fray though, as Razy, he's still spitting fire over here. He's prone down, his location already compromised, but A1 TMT, they've got their forces back alive, and now they want to take the advantage in this fight.
They won the advantage in this fight. Boom has lost 2 players in a single jiffy, in a single instance, with a snap of a finger. But now, with the confidence boost in A1 TMT, they're not going to stop with the push. One more down. Team Boom surviving on their last player, but he has also been taken down by, I do believe so, a third party in that meanwhile, because Team SF is that player. Nerzed is going to be, in fact, that player that has taken down the last player of the Team Boom. And with this, now we are finally on the top 7 positions. At least 1 position point will be given out to the team from this point onward if they get eliminated. R9 wants to push on the Team Rage. Team Rage losing player here and there. 1 player is also eliminated. 2nd player is down on his knees. Player has to be really careful. Team Rage, in fact, has to be really careful in this particular vicinity, because not only they were in the center of the circle, now they're at the center of the attraction.
Oh, indeed. Now, when you're talking about certain teams, like, this is exactly what we expected, right? There will be few of those teams that would want to take a lot of these fights, but when you look at Team Rage, you know, they've been quite strategical, quite methodical. They needed to get a good spot in the circle. That they've done. They've got the right compound. They've got some advantage from the high ground, and they did hear all that gunshots from that fight between A1 TMT and Boom Esports, and wanting to capitalize on that. Few pot shots were taken, but just trimming through the hairs. No real damage has been done, as now Team Rage, they might be the favorites to win this one, but let's not count out DRS, who've also got a little bit of a pie from the circle, as well as now you've got Team Rage. They're trying to kind of gatekeep A1 TMT, but they also need to watch their 6, which I really like from Voltrux.
Oh yes, Voltrux is watching out his 6. Team SF is in the backside, taking the fight against the Team DRS, and the first elimination that they have gathered in a while. But Icy, now as he's moving, he has also been bombarded with some shots. The shots are not taking him down, but at least they have provided the location that yes, there is a player in the vicinity of the smokes. DRS Delta moving slowly and steadily towards the position of the Team SF, whereas SF is struggling right now. 2 players are remaining for them, because 2 of their players is already on their knees. The revival has to be done, but with Delta's grenade, it can be all over in a single bang. It will be over in a single bang, because 1 player gets taken down. The 2nd player, Icy, this grenade might hit the player, and it will do the deed. It will do the deed. In fact, DRS getting some eliminations to their name. XMPL with the fire on Icy, getting him down. SF is out of the match. We are down on the top 5 teams. But DRS, I just realized, fixes 11 eliminations. They have 11 eliminations, and not a single player is down on the Team DRS side.
Which is quite surprising if you look at it, right? The way the game started, and they have been hitting right at where it matters, right? At the bull's eye. But those grenades and the flurry of it is ensuring that Skyforce gets picked out of the lobby. But A1 TMT, this is one of those teams that has really impressed me. The way they have also been fighting their way through the circle against it. But this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Rage, they have been holding on to this compound for quite some time. DRS, they've got all that momentum. As Team GHOOST, they want to sneak in slyly inside the circle. One with the nature already, trying to hide the position. But Alva, he's been surviving from a long time. He's made it into the top 5. But the question is, how far from here does he make it? As DRS, they come in, knocking on the doors of Team Rage. And let's see what happens.
Oh, we have to see what's gonna happen, what's about to come, because these 5 giants are about to clash in a single a moment. It will be over as soon as the one team is gonna start clashing against each other. It's gonna be over. The rest are gonna definitely follow. Team Alter Egos with a solo player, team A1 TMT with a duo right now, Rage and Ghost with a trio, but DRS still having the upper edge, still having the position for themselves. R9 moving on the team A1 TMT, but Hitman is actually playing like a Hitman, not giving any kind of sounds. He takes one down, he confirms it up, second is down on his knees as well, and with the DBS, he makes sure that both of the kills, both of the eliminations goes to his name. Superman moving forward, both of the players exchange the DBS shot, but Rage the Beyond's grenade make sure that the knock on A1 TMT Hitman is done. And with the second grenade, Team Rage even takes away the Team R9, but A1 TMT K9 takes not 1, 2 with this Groza. And with this, now it's just the one player of Team Rage that's waiting out for the demise as the circle closes on.
Oh my god, what are we just witnessing over here? Both these teams, neither of them trying to back off, but DRS Gaming, they want to capitalize on this situation. They know Team Rage is wounded right now. They know that they're getting those revives done as they might be pushing in through the walls. But now look at K9. He wants to pick this fight and gets all those 3 limbs and entirely wipes out that squad, making a job a lot more easier for DRS. As K9, he gets picked off courtesy to Delta as DRS start the show with a bang, getting that beautiful chicken dinner. But A1 TMT, you've got to give it to these lads, the way they kind of got back into the fight when everything was against them. And then there was that one little man, K9, hiding in the bushes. And oh my god, Torix, what have we just witnessed?
Oh, I would not just give it to K9 alone. Hitman also made sure that alongside of team, I think it was R9, he took down 2 of the players. With the Rage's grenade, it was over for the team R9 at that time, but after the elimination of Hitman. But K9 was that crucial factor that took down another 2 players, another 3 players, got that second position for the team, whereas he meets his demise against the team at DRS, in which case... with this, now Team DRS has 13 elimination and a winner chicken dinner. That means 23 points right off the very bat in the first match that they have gathered. But this was just the first match, ladies and gentlemen. The action is just going to continue even more, even higher than this. And if you want to be a part of it, make sure you hit that like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Right now, we are going on a short break, but you guys stay here and watch the highlights.
It was a big start into the grand finals, and seems like even Zoro is quite excited of what he witnessed in this matchup, and he wants to be a part of the desk as well. Torix, I think we need to arrange some sort of a medium. We can have him also for the others that cannot really speak. Maybe we've got a lot of viewers around the world, and even animals. They do love their
Oh,
PUBG
yes.
Mobile gameplay. I could hear him getting excited even in the background whilst the match was going on. But let's take a quick look at the team that won the first game. It was the Real Soldiers, Team DRS. I mean, they were silent in a little bit of the starting moments. Then eventually, once they opened up and they were firing on all cylinders, capitalized on the opportunity and got a beautiful chicken to their name.
Oh, yes, a beautiful winner chicken dinner to the name of the DRS. And the best part that they did in the Sanhok match was that not a single player was lost by the team DRS. And I think that is an achievement in its own. But the most valuable player, the MVP of this match, was none other than K9 A1 TMT. This guy, with his Groza, made sure that all the teams aside from the DRS that were in the close vicinity, they are sure to face a hell at that time. With 6 finishes, 770 damage, and 5 knockouts. Team contribution for this guy, for his team, is 54.5%.
Oh, indeed. And I mean, nobody is going to forget that for a long time, the kind of patience he showed and how he could keep his calm over there. But if you're looking at the top performers, we've got XMPL, we've got Hitman and Voltrox. Now, you talk about Hitman also, that one fight where he just kind of went all out over there against Boom. I was kind of really surprised, taken a little bit back over there. Had 2 of the players knocked down with his DBS. But when you look at Voltrox, he did manage to get just 1 elimination, but regardless, Rage, I believe they started their journey from Paradise Resort. They made that rotation. They were the first ones to enter and were looking to be the favorites unless and until the point happened where they were pushed from multiple directions. And yeah, K9 and Hitman, they just hit the deck over there, didn't they?
They did hit the deck over there. But match summaries on our screens: 66 eliminations, 69 knockouts, 68-65 total healings with 112 throwables used. Just a single airdrop was looted with 9 headshots. But out of all the 70 knockouts, out of all the 66 eliminations that we saw in this match, only 20 rescues took place. But the longest distance in the Sanhok match was of 239 meters from Team SF's and Nerzit. But I really want to talk about those rescues. In fact, Fixes, we're not seeing in the past couple of days that many rescues. The teams that gets the knockouts instantly thirst the players and get elimination.
Yeah, indeed. And even I was kind of surprised seeing that statistic pop up because when you're looking at such a fast-paced game like this, you kind of start to question yourselves when were those revives being given out. But yeah, there were certain moments in this game, and yeah, the match rankings 23-17 for A1 TMT. Team Rage also will benefit from the position points. But IHC, look at them, not even a single placement point, but courtesy that they were all out from the very start, and how they were kind of unleashing hell will be placing at the 4th spot. A few surprises over here. RRQ, AGON I8 taking that early elimination. I think it was a drop clash from for AGON I8 where they were kind of on the receiving end. 7th Element also did kind of take down one team, but eventually they did have to meet their fate. But you talk about A1 TMT. Now, this is a big surprise, to be honest, Torix, because this is one of those teams comes out of Bangladesh. You do not see a lot of those Bangladeshi teams these days, but should be a huge momentum builder for these young lads. But for the teams to watch, of course, the usual suspects over here: DRS, Team Ghost, Alter Ego, and Boom Esports.
Oh, yes. Teams to watch. These are the 4 contenders that were doing a great job in the last match, in the first match of today. DRS total distance travel was 9,785 meters. With Team Ghost, it's 89.68, 73.67 for Alter Egos, and Boom has 69.62. Throwables mostly used by the team DRS as well, with 12 grenades, 7 smokes, and 2 molotovs, whereas the rest of the teams, you can look at that, Fixers. Not even a single team has done a double-digit throwables for themselves. But yes, this was just the first match. It was just the trailer for today. There are still 4 more matches that the teams will have to play. 18 teams in total. We are not seeing our usual 16-team rosters. It is 18 teams, and 18 teams already gives edge to every single one of them that you can either secure some points, extra points for yourself. Those 8 extra eliminations, whereas on the 16 side we don't usually see that. But yes, this second match will be of a slow pace, a somewhat slow pace, because after the fast pace the teams might not want to take another fight.
For sure, one thing can be said with all certainty, right? This is not for the faint hearts. You have to be waiting already on the edges of your seats every single game. And I do not know, I might beg to differ there, because from what we saw in Sanhok, pretty much something of a similar suit is going to follow in Erangel as well. Because, you know, Sanhok might be a smaller map, but the kind of third parties that were happening, and yes, the inclusion of 18 teams kind of changes the dynamics of how we really approach the game. Because when you're even looking at the point structure, Torix, 9 to 18, they get nada out of the position points, so kind of emphasizes a lot on getting those fights done right from the start. And if you're successful in doing that, you will be the beneficiaries. Like, you know, the biggest example for that is going to be IHC, the current world champion. Gotta say that they kind of were taken down pretty early, somewhere around 9 to 18th, but regardless, they're still on that 4th position. So now the teams have their work cut out. They kind of know how to approach the circle, who's playing like what. We've seen the Pakistani teams, a few of them at least, they kind of prioritizing on the circles. But one thing we're also seeing that none of these teams are really backing off from a fight.
That's the beauty, I'd say, of the Sanhok and in these teams in general, I'd say, because the teams know that they have to take the fight whether they like it or not, and that's what's making the complete difference at this moment. The teams, as they're taking the fight, they are making sure that their strategy is also revised at that time. Slowly and steadily, they are making sure that those positions, those crucial positions that they also need to secure, also help themselves. But the one thing that I saw in this match was the complete domination. It was a complete domination, not just from the Team A1 TMT side. Remember, they were at the Pinons area for not the Pinon area. They were at the Cow side. They were on the top side. They took the fights at that time. Outside the circle, they stayed against many of the teams, some of which was also IHC. Boom came out there. Boom took care of one player of the team IHC, and that gave the momentum for the Team A1 TMT to move out of that particular vicinity, get into the covers, get into a safer side, and make sure that even after those positions that they got eliminated at, they still is on the 2nd spot right now with 11 eliminations that they did in this match.
You know what? I'm pretty confident that this carnage that happened in Sanhok, it's gonna follow suit in Erangel as well. And like I said, the voice in my mind has already said that we are about to get into the thick and thins of this Greenland over here. We are setting sails through Erangel right from Starber. We head on towards Primorsk, and it is one of those flight path trajectories that a lot of these teams will be happy about. Kind of cutting or rather dissecting the map into 2 halves, and we might not get to see a lot of those vehicle collisions, but I'm pretty sure that a hotspot drop fight is going to be on its way.
Hot drop fights will be on their way, but for that we have to still wait a moment. If we are talking about the plain line, it is, yes, as you already said, cutting the complete map from a centralized position in 2 equal ways. But where the teams will go, will they go towards the northern side favored, or they will go towards the military base islands? I want to see this, and first and foremost, because we usually see Erangel being the first match that the teams play to generate their momentum, but the momentum has already been generated by the teams. Now it's time for the executions. Teams have to think of a strategy that they cannot go in their normal dropout locations. They either go towards a clash drop, take some early points for themselves, give an edge to themselves once again. And as we are seeing the teams taking the drops, so far we are not seeing any kind of clash aside from Yasnaya Poliana. But yes, Gatkar region might also face with some clashes. There is a mansion, the shelter areas, that has a slight clash to the teams. But aside from that, the rest of the 16 teams, 14 teams if I have to say, Fixes, they're on a safer side for now.
At least for now. Who knows what happens in the next couple of minutes, right? But yeah, likewise discussed. We do have some action also, maybe around the stunt area. You kind of see two teams over there. You've got ARF being one of them, but Yasnaya, yeah, it's kind of populated, but it is again one of those places where the real estate prices are always high. You've got two teams, but somehow they kind of tend to breathe along and coexist with the another. So, of course, we could expect a fight, or maybe if it does not happen, I won't be surprised. But seems like Boom Esports, they want to pick a fight against the big boys, that is Skyforce. And IC seems to have already been taken down, and it is some collision around the Gatka region. So, of course, from what we can anticipate really happened was, they must have been competing for those vehicles, and the RNG did hit in.
Yeah.
And Boom Esports, they get that first finish on the board.
Oh, the fight for the vehicles. That is a sad part for this map, that you have to find the vehicles for yourself. You have to make sure that you have the vehicle. But what is going on? ARF has taken a single team with a complete elimination. What am I seeing in this? The kill feed is going haywire. 002 taking all the 4 eliminations. I think it was a complete car burst down in which the team was taken away. Now it's up to the top 17 teams to take the fight, but there's also team VOIN to take that aggression as well. Some damages have been done. 008 has been taken away, but we only saw Fixes, we only saw 005 as the maximum player number, but where did the 007 and 8 came from?
I have no idea on earth, I must be honest. But ARF did not really have the best of starts. If you remember, in Sanhok got picked off quite early. But this time, they have opened with a shebang. Already 7 finishes to their name. In fact, some 5, I guess, to their name. And there you have it, 5. Alright, so yeah, they kind of settled. They've lost out on one of their players. 008 is not going to be with them. But if you look at the trade-off, I think this is something that they can live with. But yeah, it was one of those, rotational collisions that we got to see. And Team NFT, they just kind of vanished into thin air. But, once the dust has settled, once everybody has gotten down to where they will really want to go, seems like it's kind of a quite defaulty hybrid circle centered around Rosehawk. However, the iterations of it can sometimes be scary because we do not know if it goes to whether it's the northern side or if kind of tends to stick around maybe Gatka or school apartments. That is where all the IGLs must be scratching their head. But like we discussed, right, A1 TMT, and we've got the players of Horaa Esports fighting it out for the control of Yasnaya.
Oh, Yasnaya has 2 collisions. That is Team Horaa and the Team A1 TMT in front of each other. We did mention that the fight might not engage, but it's all the complete difference. It's completely opposite. The fights are actually happening in this match as well. Deathstorm, he wants to go forward, but he's bound because as soon as he's going to move away from this broken wall, he's going to be faced with the wrath of Mafia Ninja. He's waiting with the Vector. So 33 bullets, all are going to be done on this guy, and maybe he will face the instant elimination. But the grenade has been thrown. That Storm, his grenade also hit his own self. Some damage was dealt. K9 wants to throw the grenades, wants to take some eliminations, but no, it's not going to help him. It's not going to do any better. Mafia Horaa throwing the Molotov, and after the Molotovs, he's also gonna throw some grenades on the bottom floor. But A1 TMT, they're playing it super safe. They know what they're up against, and they know how to handle the situation. But no fear. And Malik, make sure that 2 players from the team A1 TMT sides gets taken down. This is the moment for the team Horaa to shine. This is the moment for the team Horaa to instantly thirst Team A1 TMT and claim that second position at least for themselves.
did want to try to flush him out of his hiding, but seems like some utils being exchanged between both of these teams. Now A1 TMT, they have their backs against the wall as Sky is really close in on the distance, and seems like that Star has been spotted out in the open. Hitman does not have a lot of HP remaining as Mafia Ninja is going to capitalize on this situation. Now this is one of those rivalries we've seen for a long time, and there you have it, just choking him down to death, but still Death Star fighting with everything that he's got, still somehow alive, but no fear. And the entirety of Horaa, they're going to be pushing on him and will take him down. A little bit of that BM, we enjoy that sometimes, occasionally, as Horaa, they're kind of quite angry about what happened to them in Sanhok, and seems like they're off to a good start.
So far, they are up to a good start, and that was some rage shots. Like, how could you even knock our player down at this point? But yes, nonetheless, the second team has also been taken away. We are down to the 16 total teams now in this lobby. And as this is just the first stage and 3 minutes are still remaining, means 6 minutes have passed. 6 minutes have passed in the first stage, and the rest 3 minutes are what's gonna happen as the circle is closing on. Team 4MV, they are on the military base island. The circle was not there, so they have to take a quick rotation back on the main island, back inside of that circle. In the meanwhile, the rest of the players of the Team 4MV, we are seeing that they are in the military base. I saw 2 or 1 player leaving this vicinity, trying to get inside of that circle, trying to hold out the bridges, but the rest of the players from the Team 4MV, they are still getting that loot, still securing that loot in the military base. But for how long are you going to do that? You have to make sure that the circle is within your grasp, and if you're not able to gather that circle for yourself, it might be a slight tilt for you. But Team Rage and 7th Element now closing against each other.
Oh, indeed. And 7th Element, oh my god, are they backing off? This is something that I really did not expect, but Goku Bot seems to have spotted out Rage's other 3 players right on the hills, and it would have all been a bear trap over there, trying to lure them from their hiding. As Shamir, yeah, he finds those shots. 7th Element had all that information to themselves. Now, a little bit of a strategical approach. Now, Team Rage, they really need to rethink their approach into this particular fight, or maybe there's also another way out. Just get the hell out of there.
Yeah, get away from there as soon as possible. Get into a safer side. You don't want to be indulging in a fight in a first circle, in a first stage. But yes, Team RRQ, if like they're at the school, they have the positions for themselves, but the Team RRQ, look at that. They are completely dispersed from each other. They are so far away from like every single one of their player, and whereas a single knock can be consistently like damaging their complete momentum in the complete match. Rage Rollin car has been also tucked away with, the tire has been punctured, the player has to take a safer side, but Blade also waiting out from the back angle, trying to give out a clever cover for his team, but Drolin is the only one that is away from his team, that is far away from his team. The rest of the team, Team Rage, together, that is Beyond, Voltrux, and alongside, there's another player of the Team Rage that they're sticking together, but the fights are not happening. Fixes finally, after the first 2 initial fights, we are seeing the classical Erangel, whereas the fights might not happen in the first 3 stages.
Finally, we get to catch some breath, right? And yeah, a little bit of a downtime over here as all these teams kind of have decided to pick their places. Everybody wants to do the same old standard, get to the high grounds, have a little bit of a cover, have that little bit of a spread. Now, you look at Team Rage. They were getting a few shots at them, but somehow did manage to dodge it off. But just when we were thinking that yeah, there's going to be some silence, for MERICAL Vibes breaks through it. Now, for MERICAL Vibes, in the last game of Sanhok, they did get taken down pretty early, but that finish from Baron, getting that first clutch, that was impressive, quite immaculate, I must say, as they've gotten another good start, and it is against the big dogs over here. VOIN, they've lost out on one of their players, and on the other side, we've got Cheesecake getting the better out of action. I'm pretty sure in this situation, well, the players of Skyforce, they're enraged.
Oh, they will be enraged right now. Skyforce also being aggressed upon by the team AGON XI8, but Skyforce is kind of far away. They're kind of scattered. The top is still in the ruins, trying to move away and trying to like approach his own teammate, but I don't think so that Team AGON is gonna let that happen, let that slide. IQ, where are you, brother? You have to like get back to your own team as well. You have to make sure that you are together with your team, but he's trying to hold out the Pachinki's angle. Pachinki's angle will be taken away by IQ, whereas Crypto is trying to find out the players in the Water City side. Ruins is being taken by another player of the team AGON XI8, but for Miracle Vibes so far, just the one elimination to their name. They're looting the crate up, but the circle is going to be the crucial factor because the second stage is on the northern hardship. Severny's still in the circle. Somewhat of a water area is in the circle as well, the beach sides. But aside from that, majority of the land, the complete map is accessible for the teams, and the teams can go anywhere fixes that they want to go.
Oh, they certainly can, but seems like there's another fight breaking over here. We've got ARF taking down the players of 7th Element as Shamir, just when he landed from his vehicle, he gets picked off as 002 trying his best against the world, but T24 comes in rescue for his teammates as he manages to find the clutch somehow, but seems like the happiness is going to be living really short because you've got so many of these teams just cowering across the land, but nobody has really decided to force that push. DRS, however, they've decided to close in. The revivals are in process, but now Skyforce stop. They get eliminated by the lads from Boom Esports. As we were talking about that shift, it's gone a little towards the northern side, but look at the hyenas that have dropped in. It is going to be for Miracle Vibes, but 7th Element, they really need to scoot away from this place, but seems like they want to take this fight, or maybe not.
Maybe not at the time, but the fights will happen. The fights is imminent. That's gonna happen, and there we go. 4MV taking one down. Goku Bot is on his knees. Baron with the grenade. He can try to push and make sure that the elimination comes into place as well. But 7th Element, they're not backing away as well. They're also trying their level best to take a certain distance and then take the fight once again. But Shamir, he's pushing forward. Goku Bot in the meanwhile with another grenade alongside of Alian gets taken down. So only 2 players from the team 7th Element are remaining. Just the 3 eliminations that they have in their backpack. T24 OP once again is the final hope for the team. Slowly and steadily, he's using the AKM, but the AKM bullets are depleted. The backside fire has been done, and for Miracle Vibes, makes sure that the team 7th Element gets back to the lobby on the hashtag number 14.
Yeah, indeed. They bid their goodbyes over here, but for Miracle Vibes, they know for the threat that's looming around them, around the Volcano Hills. They've got DRS on one side and RRQ around the forest on the other. And 001, he seems to have spotted a few over there. Still a couple of pot shots being taken. Nothing too alarming yet. But for Miracle Vibes, they have to be very methodical in approaching this fight. They need to understand they've got a team right behind them, and there you go. There you go. Little bit of that carelessness, and it cost them one single man. Killer Whitey gets that pick over on from the backlines. So hence they go running in for cover. But when you look at the bigger picture, when you look at the zone, they do not have enough vehicles to traverse around. And this is something that for Miracle Vibes might end up being hurted about.
Oh, there is going to be a lot of difficulties for these players so far. If we are talking about the minimap, there are 3 different teams in the vicinity of the Team 4MV. One is RRQ, and in the backside of the Team RRQ, there is yet another team that might have a chance to doing a third-party angle. RRQ, so far, they are kind of scattered as well. It's a 2-1-1 split for the team. No Mercy Ryu, he's close to the Rozok side, and there is an approach in the Rozok that he might be able to do that. But no fear, Team R9, these are the 2 teams that are close by to each other as well. The fights, it's imminent. This is the stage 2 that's about to close in 16 seconds, and as the stage 3 will emerge, the teams will get in the fight. I can tell you that for sure, because the number of the total teams that are still surviving is 13, and the stage, the circle, that the radius that the circle has, it's super small, Fixes.
Now this is going to be really juicy, because look at the shift over there going towards the northern side, and so many of these teams are down on the south that the commotion, the migration, it is going to be quite difficult. Team Ghost, they've got a good position to themselves, have that little bit of a high ground. Now Horaa, they've had a really good start into the game, taking down A1 TMT and the control of Yasnaya. I think this is one of those rivalries that has been going through a long time. And seems like the players of Team Horaa, they've got the upper ground, the upper advantage. But for now, you know, Horaa, they're having a tough time, because look at T2K. From what I presume, I see Suyog having a different angle. Thought that he would just let this fight get on. But seems like T2K, they've lost out on Chain. And now this is really not going to help them in the grand scheme of things, because that was a big spread by these players. And Alter Ego, they do not want to spare him.
And with this, Jane will get the elimination. T2K, the distance was so much. They were so further away from each other that I already mentioned that in the first stage, that if you're too split away from each other, you're not going to be able to survive. You're not going to be able to give out the revival, that crucial revival that you could have done on your players. But the fights are finally happening. Once again, Team RRQ fighting against the Team 4MV, as Apex is the final player. He has to become the Apex Predator in this fight and take the initiative once and for all. But the headshot is going to completely off balance him from the fights. View waiting out for him to enter out into the vicinity, and he can once again shoot with a 6-time Scar L. But they're not just a single team that's taken the fight. There's another team in the backline, the Rozhok area, that is firing on the Team 4MV. RRQ, this is the first elimination that they are gonna have for themselves in this match, and as the circle is going to be closing in 10 seconds, it's going to be a panic situation for many of the teams that are still on the eastern or the western corner of the circle.
Yeah, it seems like a very arduous situation for MERICAL Vibes, which survived with just Apex, and he's got the entire horde of RRQ maybe committing in for the push. But seems like RRQ, they have decided to disengage themselves out of here, because they realize they need to secure a good spot inside the circle. Now that's going to be a big run, but for Apex, he's got his work cut out. He's got 5 eliminations already and should be looking for a couple more. 13 teams still alive. If for MERICAL Vibes get picked off from over here, they will get those 5 points, but nothing out of those position points that we are talking about. Now, taking a look at the circle, we've got Horaa Esports in a really good commanding position as DRS. They go after the players of Boom Esports. Pawnbit, he's been dealt with already, but I would really want to see where this fight is actually happening and what is the outcome of that.
Oh, what is the outcome? How the fights are actually happening? This is a bigger question. This is a major question that I also want the answers for. But so far in this game, DRS, they have 2 elimination, and not a single player has been dealt with. But on the eastern edges, we are seeing the Team of VOIN, Team RRQ taking the initiatives, taking the fights. And on the western side, we are also seeing Team DRS moving close to the Team of Boom. The fights can actually happen, but VOIN losing another one of his player. Team VOIN is right now down to, I think, the last man standing that is also outside of the circle. Things are looking grim for that particular player, and he has to do something. He has to survive somehow if he wants to make it into the top 7 or even the top 5.
Oh, indeed. And really not the best of starts for VOIN Esports, you know, one of the favorites. They've been dominating the scene for quite some time, but have been quite silent over here. But T2K Esports, they seem to have spotted out a certain team, but RRQ, they want to get back. They've already got 2 finishes to their names. They've got Ryu already knocked out, and it is stage 4. Quite difficult to force that revive. As RRQ, they really need to cut on their losses and get the hell out of here. As Alter Ego, they get a couple of finishes to their names, as well as Rig having spotted out Rosemary. Now, this is one of those players that I really wanted to watch out for, as Octa, he's going to commit in for the push with a PP. Buys in, for Christ's sake. gets that finish off there as Morpheus trying to give some cover from the back lines, as now Alter Ego, they also have to make a dash inside the zone.
Oh, they have to make the dash inside of that circle, and they have to do it fast. Team IHC, in the meanwhile, they're struggling. Alex is the last man standing, but with the grenade, there are still hopes to get those eliminations, those finishes for his team. Another grenade goes away, but no connectivity so far in the vicinity. Team Boom also losing one of their players. The second one is knocked out. Once Octa. Ichi Octa is also knocked out on his knees. Alex is trying it with that grenade. Finally getting that initiative. A knock on the Team Boom. Second grenade goes away. The damage has been dealt. And there comes the Molotov. There comes the Mollies on the stairs. The player cannot go for the rescue. And in fact, he needs a rescue at this point. The fight has gone back to a 1v1. An equilibrium. Who's going to have the upper edge? And Alex is going to have not just the upper edge, in fact, but also surviving with Abel. Team IHC 4 eliminations, in fact, not 7, and 2 men still surviving in this match. It's a big thing that they have achieved.
Yeah, that's really absurd. You know, the amount of cojones Alex did have on himself, just going in for the push and even getting the fight, and also successfully resing back his teammate. As our Alter Ego, they are survived with just Alva and RRQ. They've had a decent start into the game, but seems like they might have been spotted out. Now DRS could be the ones instilling all that hurt, as Alva seems to bite the dust over there, gets eliminated. Was that from the circle? As DRS, they might get pushed in by the boys from RRQ. The smokes have been laden down, providing a little bit of that soft cover as of now. But you look at the mini-map, both these teams have to make a dash inside the circle. And Ryu, he knows, now this is the right time. The iron is hot, needs to hit the hammer. But how is he going to do that? As Ryu pushes in, gets a knock on XMPL, as those grenades are being flushed over, trying to get the better out of Gyante as the support fire and the cavalry goes charging in. Asa in search for bodies, in search for people to eliminate, and will get the better out of DRS as they are blown into smithereens.
The last match winner chicken dinner team right now eliminated on the hashtag number 7. It is not a great start for this team right now, but Naki right now going forward against the team RRQ. The grenade has done the damage. It was 001 knocked out and confirmed right off the bat. Team RRQ, as they're losing one of their players, the 3-man squad now that they're surviving with, have to make the amends for it. No Ryu right now, no mercy, is also moving away, trying to scout out the positions, trying to find out where the players are. Ghost in the meanwhile is also trying to shoot out, tracing on the cars. The damage has been dealt, but the player did not get the knock, and that is the big thing, because if you had the knock, you would have the Team RRQ in your clutches. But Team R9 Superman with the grenades trying to make sure that View gets that knock. The damage has been dealt. AKM with just the 20 bullets. He's gonna push forward, but the DBS on his face gets him taken down. And on complete confirmation, Team R9, oh my god, things are not looking good for them.
No, but RRQ, they seem to be on fire. 9 finishes already, and seems like they might just be literally on fire as the floor's turning lava. But Noki is taking quite some damage, but Ghost, he gets the opening, he gets the job done. As now, let's see what happens next in this particular fight, as you've got No Mercy from RRQ trying to close in. You've got Blade surviving, the lonesome survivor, the lone wolf from Team Rage, as he is being bombarded from all possible directions. It's going to be Horaa Esports doing the deed, but seems like it is going to be Losser from Deadeyes, guys, who gets that final finish, the final elimination, and thwarts them out of the lobby. Now, when you look at the center of the circle, Deadeyes, guys, Yeta Uta, he's got some good control. He spotted down the players of RRQ and R9 already engaging in a fight, and certainly will want to take the morsels out of their hands, as now RRQ, they decide to go in pushing after Ghost, but he's so prepared for this. Ramin has already dealt with one, might possibly get the other, has already downed him to a really low HP, and will want to secure this confirmation. And I'm really excited to see as he gets inside the washroom, and Ghost is making sure he's got the preemptive fires, but no mercy, shows no mercy on him, as now R9, they're all out of this game.
No mercy shows, and no mercy at all. And Team R9, with that elimination, is done and dusted. We are down to the top 3 teams, whereas Team RRQ, with just the one man standing, but the rest of the 2 teams, Horaa and Deadeye guys, they have a complete squad to their name. Yetauta, he's pushing forward. He's trying his level best that he gets the elimination on No Mercy, but No Mercy is prepared as well with the grenades he's throwing. He's trying to bombard the players. Sky Horaa taking the fight against the team at DE, taking one down. Confirmation, second fire, no confirmation, not even a single knock at that time. But Yetauta, as he was outside the circle, he takes that elimination. Now making sure that his team is in the top 2. He pushes forward in the circle right there, right then. But DE, Deadeye's guys, the positioning, the throwables, just look at the mini red zone that we are seeing by this team. Sky Horaa is in a really pickle, in a really panic situation. Horaa gets another taken down, and Yetauta, sir, is the last man standing, and he has to be the final player that has to take the initiative at this point.
Oh, he certainly has to. Has nowhere to run or hide. And there you go. Yetauta getting that final finish. The last elimination as KOD Esports bite the dust. And we do have Deadeyes, guys. A team that came in to become the fan favorite team has entered into the grand finals. And seems like we understand why. Now, this team did it all, had a really good position inside the circle. The shot callings were really on point. They capitalized on the situation. They were fending on the weak and went after scavenging those teams. But that fight, RRQ and R9, that really went down to the wire. Anything could have possibly happened, but Ghost commends to him on trying to accomplish a certain feat. But regardless, now we have got, the Nepalis really hitting it hard and heavy, right? Sanhok, we did see how these teams have been performing. They've been watching out. DRS, they did so well. Now Deadeyes, guys, will continue that tradition. But nevertheless, let's not forget about certain teams that went all out, like IHC. RRQ also fanned off pretty well, getting so many of those eliminations. And it's just the second game.
It's just the second game, and out of the 5 games, 2 have been done and dusted. The water testing phase is gone, guys. You have to now, from this point onward, play really seriously, play really calculatively, and a single wrong move, as you have already witnessed in the previous 2 matches, what can do to you. You have to make sure that no wrong move has been made. But DE, Deadeyes, guys, this match, winner chicken dinner team, 13 elimination once again. And Fixes, I want to ask, what is up with this 13 number? The first team that got the winner chicken dinner, they had the 13 elimination. Team DE right now, 13 elimination. Once again, a winner chicken dinner. But Sky, no fear. In fact, Team Horaa, they did a very well job as well.
An amazing one, to be honest, right? If you look at Deadeyes, we'll talk about them a little bit later. Let's now focus on who's got the chicken over here. Nova and Yetauta did the majority of the heavy lifting, but Precious and Losser did whatever they could do. But Precious did have quite a couple of knocks, could not really convert into limbs. But Deadeyes, they had their work cut out. They knew what they had to do, focusing on the circle. They knew the fights are going to come at them, and held on to the spot. Had a really good spread, I must say, right? Especially in such intense zones. You are aloof from each other. You know that you're on your own. The moment you get knocked, it's going to be quite difficult, or rather impossible, to get the revive. And the most valuable player has to be Novus. We did get to see a lot of action coming out of Yetauta, but he was also one of the players who was doing majority of the work for Deadeyes, ensuring that they win this match.
Yeah, he was the MVP of this match, in fact. But if we are talking about the top performance overall, Team Sky Horaa, they take that initiative. 3 eliminations, 789 damage on the second position. We are seeing RRQ, 5 Kirview, 3 eliminations, same number, 770 damage. On the third spot, we are seeing ARF 002, 5 eliminations, 674 damage. And last but not the least, Nova Sir, 6 eliminations and 672 damage to the player. The survival time is immense, but I am seeing something that I shouldn't be seeing. In fact, if it says, why? Just why? My only view has went to the rescues, and it's just 16. It's Erangels. It's Erangel, my guys. It's Erangel, my brothers. Why is there only 16 rescues?
I think the only reason behind this could be that we had all these teams, fighting it out till the very end, right? You see a knock, and then suddenly the team decides to just go in for the push, try and get those limbs. It is also like we discussed, right? What's on the line? 700 US dollars, yes, that's there. But it's the bragging rights, right? To be the best team in the entire region, right? Both SA and SEA combined. So yeah, hence, teams are deciding like, let's just go all in. And as a result of which, we do not have a lot of those breathing spaces, right? There were just a handful of fights there where we kind of saw teams going in for a disengage. But most of the time, they kind of went in till the very end. But when you look at the match rankings, right? RRQ, like we mentioned, 12 limbs to them. They're going to be on the second position with 17 points. Horaa Esports, they've had quite a good start, I must say. When after A1 TMT eliminated them. But Skyforce, now this is one of the surprising names. And even as a matter of fact, VOIN Esports, AGON X really not having the best of the starts to the tournament.
Yes, Agon, for some reason, the first 2 matches, they were not good for them. But at the same time, the first match was good for 7th Element. This one was not. Talking about the bottom line teams, we are seeing 3 teams, NFT, Skyforce, and A1 TMT, that has not even secured a single point for themselves. And from that point onward, we are seeing 1, 2, and 3 points onward, and that's gradually increasing. Teams to watch, the teams that outperformed themselves this match of Erangel, RS, Team Rage, Alter Egos, and the team of VOIN Esports. But finally, I'm seeing 2 teams with at least a digit of the throwables used.
Oh, of course. Now, you talk about Alter Ego, we could really go on to say that they were all over the place. There were multiple areas where they were kind of picking off fights, and the same goes for VOIN Esports. I think, traveling on the, dropping down on the eastern side, they had to move quite a lot. But when you look at DRS and Rage, we've seen these are the 2 teams quite familiar in their region, quite the fan favorites also. But for Rage, you gotta feel bad a little bit. They kind of were in the thick and thins, but the final fight against RRQ, that's where they had to test their mettle, and eventually just a little short. But regardless, what a game has it been so far. But when you look at the overall rankings, Deadeyes, guys, they seem to be on the very top, and DRS Gaming, so far, it has been a Nepali show all along, and with Bangladeshis not really far behind, but a little bit of more consistency needed. But when you look at the Mongolians, they've been trailing by quite a bit. IHC, one of those teams, being visible over there. But RRQ, they've also been the surprise package.
Oh, they are in a surprise package as well, and this is the overall ranking from the 2 matches that we have witnessed so far. 28-27, it's easily accessible by these 2 teams. They can easily, it's just a matter of 1 match who's gonna who's gonna get eliminated first, and who's gonna survive is gonna come out on top. But from that point onward, we are seeing 10, 11 points difference from 3, 4, 15, 14, 13, 13, and then 8 points. Top 8 have double digits, but after that, we are seeing NFT on the bottom line with 2 points, Agon with 2, Skyforce with 3, 6 for T2K, 7th Element still on the 14th spot with 6 eliminations in total points. VOIN Esports with 6 total points as well. Team ARF 6 points, 7 and 8. So as the first 5, we can say contenders have a great chance of competing against each other. The rest of the players from number 6 to 18 onward fixes are still slightly struggling, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Now, again, these are just 2 games, but we still have 13 more to go, and anything could really happen. And next up will be my favorite map, that is going to be Miramar. And certainly we have to agree, both of us, Torix, that Erangel, this has also been quite aggressive. You know, teams, they're not really shying away from those fights. And we kind of witnessed that we're going to be having a little bit of that breathing space. But yeah, it was one fight right after the other. Early on, we did see some clashes around Isnaya, then getting forward, getting ahead. Let's talk about the zone also. Now, this is one of those circles that's kind of went towards the northern side, and we were kind of anticipating it to be a hybrid one. And the moment in the third shift, teams realized, oh my God, that's shifted away from them. We could see that huge migration coming in. Now, the teams that were around the center, now the teams that did imagine the circle going up north, were the ones who benefited the most, right? We saw so many of those teams, Deadeyes being one of them, and so many of those teams were caught in the midst of the rotation. If you remember, there was one spot where for Miracle Vibes, they were kind of struggling to stay alive. Even RRQ, they had to fight their way in. Even IHC, as a matter of fact, so many of those teams, they had to deal with so much trouble. But regardless, a beautiful game, I must say, an Erangel that was filled with all that action. I'm pretty sure the viewers are elated with the kind of support that they're giving to their teams, and the way they've been all performing. But yes, we've seen the Nepali domination, like we did talk about, but I'm kind of starting to wonder when the bloods of the Mongolian teams and you talk about the Southeast Asian teams starts to boil up, because I know the capability of what they can do, how much of a damage they can dish out once they take it upon themselves. So Miramar certainly could be one of those games where we could see that redemption arc coming out of the other regions.
Yes, we are seeing the bide move being used. The first two turns, the first two matches, they're going to take the damage, and on the third, they're going to double it up and give it to the next person. They're going to give it to the next team, and we have to see how the teams are going to face those damages on themselves. And are we going to see the same structure of the rescues that we saw in this even, in fact, Matt? Because I want to see the Miramar as being a Miramar, not as an aggressive stance map. I want the map to finally be a slight bit to the safer side, whereas the first three phases, we might see some fights, one or two, but aside from that, none. But after the third or fourth stage, the teams really gets to tense it up and take those fights back to back, the mountaintops, the high angles, all those factors I really want to see in the Miramar.
Oh, I certainly do want to see. But one other thing I would love to see is some good old DMR action, right? Recently, with those new patch updates, we have seen the DMRs being given a buff, and the Southeast Asian teams, they love their DMRs. We can get to see some SLR in the action, some SKS. That is going to be there. But other than that, we still have seen DBS in action, the shotgun still prevailing supreme with a little bit of those arms there. But yeah, it comes down to team compositions, how you want to spread your loadout through and throughout. But yeah, so far, this one of those games where we did see IHC also stepping it up. You remember that one fight where Alex just pushed in. That man knew no fear, right? Through the vehicles, jumped over. That's the confidence that all these players are playing with, and they know what they need to do. That is like just get into those thick and thin of all those fights. And I think we might also witness something similar. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be calling the shots that Miramar is also going to be fast-paced. It is going to be one of those maps where we get to see those drop collisions, where we get to see some of those early fights. Yeah, in between, we might get to see a little bit of that silent phase, but that's all that, that's all that storm that's just brewing up. For when it breaks out, it is going to be Hell Wrath Fury.
Oh, it will be a hell wrath. The Miramar is a kind of a match where it might take the slow pace. It might dilute the teams to take a slow pace, but after the first two phases, it's gonna actually go for a faster pace, and you have to take that fast pace with the match. And ladies and gentlemen, we head down, we fly away in the third match of the Miramar. The plane line is gonna start from the Puerto Paraíso towards I think El Azhar area.
Oh, of course, it could really happen. I mean, there's no denying that, for sure. Puerto Paraíso towards Torre Hamuda, that's where we kind of headed towards the western side, having to be a little bit of a challenge for all these teams to drop down. Now, they have to find their vehicles now. that is going to be a little bit of a tedious task. But for what it's worth, I think A1 TMT, they are going to be dropping down at Los Leones, or have they kind of changed the drop location? Now it's been quite some time, but Los Leones being one of those areas, one of the biggest cities, to be honest, that we've seen, you know, two or even three of those teams kind of tending to coexist amongst each other. But let's talk about Agon I8 for a bit, because 2 games have passed by and haven't really seen the best out of them, considering the kind of a lineup they have. They've got Crypto, they've got Uzim, they've got Falak, and they've got IQ. And what do you think, right, Torix? Because you've been associated with this region for quite some time. What's going wrong for them?
I think the one thing that they're trying to do is that they're not revealing their actual strategies against in these fights and any of these like things. They're building up their strategies. They're waiting out for the right moment to push it on, and that's where they're lacking right now. I think even if you have a good strategy, you need to have a second strategy for different games. So like you at least perform, you at least try to persuade the other teams that yes, this is your strategy for the next like upcoming games, upcoming matches. And when they have a little bit of knowledge on, okay, that's what you're gonna do, you change the complete strategy, and you give them a big head start. But Okta right now, he's pushing forward, he's moving to the teams, but the fire, I see Alex taking 2 down, and a third one was almost on the verge of the elimination as well. The player Alex jumps down from the house, goes in the front line, takes the third one down. It is a 1v3 that the team IHC Alex has so far done for his team, but will he get the last elimination? Team AE's or Rosemary, will he get eliminated? That's what I want to see.
Oh my god, you know, this is something that we also did not anticipate. Action right off the get-go. I see they did have a very good start into this one, but looking at the situation, you've got 2 players just pushing in on him, but Rosemary seems to have been prepared, now has gotten down to a 1v1. He has got the control over this particular fight, and it all rests on Demo, but
1v3.
Rosemary, he strikes gold, gets 3 limbs, and will get IHC thrown out of the server.
What have they done, Team IHC? You had the best chance. Alex has done a 1v3. The rest of the 3 players that were still surviving, all you had to do was go together. But no, Team IHC decided that we want that kill, we want that elimination, and that's what bite them back, and that's what made sure that the team took them down. It was a great start. Team Alter Ego, IHC had them in the clutches, but Team Alter Ego, that was a beautiful comeback from their side. This is the 4th elimination in the match that they have done, with 2 men still surviving. 2 teams have been eliminated from the match, and this is just the first stage. Already, fights are once again happening. Fixes, you can see the constant aggression that we are seeing through the teams, the clashes. It's happening, and it's not gonna stop. I think for today at least, it's not gonna stop, and the teams will play the first 5 matches as a complete aggression.
Oh, indeed. And, you know, we were not even done talking about how the circle has fared off, as we get to see another fight happening just around us. One of those players of NFT. He's been picked off, and it's going to be interesting as to how Team Horaa want to see this through. They do know they've got one of the players already knocked out, and really not going out in the open, just making sure that a little bit of a risk there, but will reap the benefits, the rewards, and will get a quick finish and maybe just get themselves out of here. Now, this is one of those fights that's happening around La Cabrera. Now, let's not forget that both these teams will have to get inside circle and get to a good, decent position. Because when you talk about the Nepalis, they really love to take control over the circles, right? They like to play around the center of it. And we've seen them that they've been having 2 really good games around that. And this one is not going to be anything less from the first 2.
It will not be any less from the first 2, and I couldn't agree more on that. But the circle, I want to see where the circle is, in fact, actually, because I don't think that we
Around
saw
Graveyard.
the circle shift. It is around Graveyard. Okay, so If it's in the center of the graveyard, then that means it's going complete on the eastern edges. The Lost Leons somewhat is in the circle right now. Crypto is in the Lost Leons alongside of the rest of the team, AGON X I8. Slowly and steadily, they will be pitching up in the circle, and they have to go north. They have to move north, where they might face some teams in the rotational clashes. Cheesecake alongside of IQ is together. Falak has a different car for himself, but Crypto is not leaving the Lost Leon so far. That's my concern, because Team Agon, if they start to make like a split angles for themselves, it's going to be a hard decision on how they're going to perform actually, even in this match.
I think they must be wondering to maybe float around the map a little bit, wait for that second circle shift, because that's where we see that drastic change, right? The circle shrinking quite a lot, and then maybe they would be planning their next move or the next course of action. For now, the good thing, however, is that IQ, they've got in fact I8, they've got all their players still alive. So that's something good for the starters, because from the past couple of games we've been witnessing them get eliminated right from the very beginning. So this is going to be a good news for all their fans. But when you talk about the center of the circle being around graveyard, you also have quite a chunk of San Martin. You've got the players of DRS having really good control over that particular area, as Deadeyes guys, the winners of the previous chicken dinner. But now let's see, they're kind of in a little bit of a pickle over there. They have spotted out the players of RRQ, who seem to be quite aggressive over here. They really want to force the fight, but they just cannot go with blinders on, right? They have to be careful. They need to speculate as to where the other players of Deadeyes guys are.
The location of Deadeyes guys needs to be confirmed before they can make an action. And as we are seeing, the team Deadeyes guys, they are kind of scattered. In fact, we saw one player, he was completely off, thrown away from his team. The rest three are together, and they're moving away in different cars. They're moving away in different vehicles. At the same time, on the other side, Team DRS is also facing some shots on their vehicles. DRX XMPL was eliminated, but the rest of the three players manages to take down the complete squad, get the 4 eliminations for themselves. SF, Top, and Nerzed, as they're together, their car is also being bombarded with some shots, with some fires. But when will the fights actually begin? That's my question, because so far, the teams, as they're like rotating, there is a lot of chances. There's a lot of chances that the teams can actually engage in the fights. They can make sure that the other teams takes the dust out of this match, but they're playing it super safe. They're not like chasing any kind of rotational clashes for themselves. They're not shooting on any team that is trying to move away from their vicinity, because they know that if the team comes, they will be as much in danger as the other team is.
Yeah, indeed. Now, getting back to my old conversation, I really feel like the moment we have the second circle, that's when majority of these fights are going to ensue. But for now, we know that RRQ, they've been the mischievous lot, right? They did not hesitate from forcing these fights. And look at them, just a couple of those pot shots, kind of indicating where the position is, and trying to taunt out, or rather bait out the players of Boom, maybe to force a mistake. And yeah, there you can see 001 just needs to get the hell out of there, get inside some safe covers. They've given the position away, those warning shots being on display. But look at this, RRQ seem to have spotted out the players of 7th Element, and Skyforce, and Shamir is gonna take quite some bashing over there. But Icy is the one who will get the better out of T24, as he's almost on the verge of getting a trade with a Vector. Really did not fancy the chances, and seems like he's met his makers.
7th Element is out. 3 from IC side, 1v3 from IC on the 7th Element, and the last man was eliminated by the team RRQ. RRQ also managing to secure a single elimination point in the match so far. And top 15 teams are in this match. 50 seconds before the first stage closes up, the second stage becomes imminent for the teams to get into the position to secure their position in it. T2K close to the team AGON X I8, and last time we saw AGON, they were at the Lost Leons, and right now team AGON is somewhat in the center of the circle. They have decided to take the position of the center of the circle, but T2K Rig trying to burst down the cars of any player that might be in their vicinity. Any car that they're gonna spot, they're gonna make sure that it's no longer accessible for the teams. It's no longer working for the players. But Team RRQ, so far in this particular vicinity, we are also seeing them taking some good fights, good initiative, trying to even taunt out the players at a point, but the fights did not happen. RRQ did manage to get a single elimination, but the second stage is there. Fixes a second stage has finally been made on the western edges.
You kind of see that little bit of a cluster around the southern side of war treatment, to be honest. Quite a lot of teams already getting over there, and shows the intention also of AGON I8 wanting to approach this game from the very center, right? For as the history dictates, in the past games, the two teams that did manage to win the chicken, they were kind of playing around the center, giving respect to the circle, maybe want to avoid some early fight and be in a rather defensive position rather than being on the offensive. Now, you talk about Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss. It's being taken over by DRS. DRS had a beautiful start into this tournament, the grand finals, getting the first chicken dinner, looking really, really stable. They knew what they had to do. They knew how they had to approach into the circles. And having been had a really good game, seems like, yeah, they might have lost out on one of their players, but it's all right. Considering if they sort of manage to defend the push on themselves. And look at Delta.
No.
His helmet just splattered up, cracked open. Thankfully, he does manage to get those meds patched up, because if he were knocked, and I think the push was sort of kind of inevitable on him, because they've already lost out on one of their players, and the second being knocked out should have opened the floodgates for Skyforce. You know how aggressive these players can certainly be at times.
Oh, they can certainly be aggressive at times, but Skyforce, one thing that they don't know is that the team DRS is 3-man. For what they know, they might be 4-man, they might be waiting out with a complete squad, so they cannot just blindly push unless they get a second knockout at that vicinity. But Team DE versus Team R9, it's finally happening. Both sides have got one elimination, one knock against each other. One, in the meanwhile, is also taking the fights. Team Deadeye's guys, 2 players down. Waz, on the other hand, from the Team R9 is down. The car is being chased upon by the Team R9. The player gets out of the car, but instantly taken away, knocked out, completed, and Precious Sir, now as the solo player, he has to do something. He has to go at a safer angle. 4MV in the meanwhile, they are also being depicted from this picture. Car knocks, car eliminations are finally happening. VOIN taking one more down of the Team 4MV with a car. And the last man, that is Baron, surviving. He's the only hope. Everything resides on his tiny shoulders.
Yeah. Are just entered around, placed around Power Grid. They were on the edges, wanted to get inside. A lot of those couple of drive-bys there we did get to witness over there. Some massive losses from Deadeye's guys already, just down to their last man. And seems like they're being shown no mercy over here. RRQ, in the meanwhile, get a pick on Noki. So that's not going to be a good news, however. But Superman, R9, they were just kind of starting to enjoy the fruits of their labor, right? They'd get a couple of finishes over there on Deadeye's guys, but their happiness did not seem to last for long. But as the circle kind of shrinks in, we're waiting for the next shift. It's still, like I suggested, like I speculated, around that water treatment area. So that's going to be of the utmost importance. We've got so many of those teams. The next shift, it's going to be a little bit concentric, not too bothering for all these teams. But the one after that, that's where we might get to see a little bit of a curveball also being thrown. Now, we've seen Team VOIN did not have the best of those starts, but hold on, Delta. Now, that's something new. You get to see those bolt actions also in display. A little bit of a buff over there to the Car 98s also. You line them up, might get a couple also in a single bullet. But yeah, kind of really, you know, I was taken aback a little bit, because it's been ages that, you know, teams actually use that big bolt action. And there you get, not just, there you go, just not one, but he finds 2. But this is it, right? They're kind of in a position where they would not really want to force a fight. have a really good compartment to hold on to. It's all about sort of destroying the resources, right? Those helmets being taken down out of the picture, some damage being dealt to the vest, and that's the entire idea. And Delta is really doing a good job at that.
Oh, definitely. He's doing a good job with the K9 so far. But D Precious Sir, as the solo player depicted in this picture, Deadeye's guys, he's the only one that's surviving. 7 grenades. That's a big number that I'm seeing. That's a big boy's number that I'm seeing with the 7 grenades. He's going to make a mini red zone for anyone and everyone that's going to try to enter his vicinity at that time. But AGON X I8 in the meanwhile, they're also rotating. San Martin is that area that they have decided to move into, and the circle.
Yeah, won't be. But again, when you look at how the circle has panned out, a little bit of more of that concentric shift, like I said, just going a little south of water treatment, and this is where, you know, the likes of AGON I8, they're going to be happy with it. But hold on, Rosemary still alive. He's got one of his teammates along with him, and did manage to clutch out in a little moment earlier. But Delta, oh my god, this man has just been cracking skulls left, right, and center.
This man with the, in fact, sniper hand, not a golden hand. The golden hand is not there, but yes, the sniper, the shots on the heads. It's an amazing start that we are seeing once again from the bolt actions. But all these shots, all these knocks, I'm seeing one thing in common, and that is on the team SF. And even SF, after all those shots, after all those knocks, they're still showing their faces. They're still giving the chance to Delta to, yes, shoot another time, get another headshot on them. But SF Nerzud right now trying to take down No Fear Hora's player. So Horaa, as they're moving away from this particular vicinity, they're also being chased away. Action getting a lot of damage on himself. Level 3 vest, level 3 helmet. But the vest is halfway damaged. Horaa Malik has been spotted. The shots have been done, but the player and the car is coming. He gets taken away. He gets completely panicked, I'd say, Fixes at that time, because he was not expecting. There should have been a scream, but IC giving a beautiful cover for his team, getting that revenge factor. But Horaa, oh my god, that was fun while it lasted.
Indeed, he did not see that coming from miles afar. Just when he was trying to pepper a couple of bullets over there, and suddenly he sees an entire US running over it. You know, just the moments before you take your final breaths. But certainly, yeah, moments before disaster. That is some of those funniest moments. I think it's not just the first of it, and we're gonna see a lot more. But for now, as things dictate, Rosemary has been having quite a run, and you know, I was told by a lot of people that this is one of those players we really need to watch out for. Did manage to clutch up a beautiful one. I think it was against IHC, but seems like now he's also taken a little bit of that fall. Stage 3, so yeah, the revivals that might just come in now with stage 4, a little bit of that extra damage. Need to patch themselves up with bandages before getting that first aid administered. But when you take a look at how the circle has shifted, right, it's gone a little bit more towards the southern side. So NFT Esports, now this is one of those teams that we've seen have been taking quite some hitting, right? They've been getting eliminated pretty early on, and the misery for Skyforce continues as the numbers just keep on dwindling, and it's not seem like it is going to be a good ending for them, because I think just a couple of moments earlier they had all 4 of their players, and now seems like they are reduced down to just 2.
Oh, and I give the credit for that to Horaa, Team Horaa at that time. Horaa, as they did that moment, certainly caught Team SF Skyforce off guard. But yes, Skyforce right now trying their level best to make sure what they have left, they survive with it. And there's a Top, but Top gets taken down by AU's Rosemary. And Alter Ego's on a different plane, taking the fight against the Team Skyforce as well. There's the third party that we are seeing. In fact, fourth party, because Team SF right now, DRS is shooting at them. There was a Horaa, and now Team Alter Egos. What is going with the Skyforce? Anywhere that they go, everywhere that they go, they see enemies face, and They see the shots coming on them, and as they're a solo player right now, it's all up to this guy. It's all up to the player on how he's going to survive. He has to go for a safer approach now. He cannot take any more fights from this point onward, but the circle will take a slight shift to the centralized position. AGON is inside, 4MV's inside the circle, A1 TMT we are still seeing in the circle, and aside from that, there's a lot more teams. There are still 2 more teams that are in the circle. Fixes, I'm not disappointed in this match, because this is the 4th stage. We usually see only 6, maybe 7 teams, but this time we are seeing 15 teams, and this circle, as it's gonna close, hell is gonna come break loose.
Oh, it certainly will. Somebody has to open the Pandora's box, but yeah, Skyforce, they certainly do not want to bow down without taking a fight, have gotten a knock and a finish, but for Miracle Vibe, survive with just Baron. And now you've got Nirzed trying to push in over. No fear from Horaa. Does not have the best of HPs. Needs to act really quick over there. Some preemptive shots being taken. As Horaa, he needs to get flushed out of his hiding. And just in the moment when he kind of had dropped down the molly, No Fear knew what he had to do. Rosemary now fighting between hell and life as he gets taken down. The numbers too much for him to handle. As Alter Ego, they also fall down.
Oh, the players are back-to-back falling down. We were talking about 15 teams, and right off the 10 seconds after, we are down on 12. 32 players are in the match, and if we are talking about the solos, the duos, there's only 3 teams with solos. In fact, 4 teams, we can say. Team NFT, Team 4MV, Team DEs, and Team RRQs. They are the only ones that have to be really cautious of their surrounding, but they can still just hold a single shack, hold a single position. No one's gonna maybe look at there, and they can survive. But T2K slowly and steadily moving forward, throwing a grenade onto towards the players, but will the grenade hit on the Team Boom? Will the Team Boom go out with a boom or not? This is a bigger question, because Jane has also been spotted. The shots have been dealt on Jane, and as Jane retreats back into the action, Rig is trying to give out the crucial covers that could have been given a little bit earlier, and if it had been a little bit earlier, T2K would have I think taken out a Team Boom as well.
You know, at this point, I really feel that T2K, they're playing with fire quite out in the open, and same goes for Team Boom. Almost one of those players being picked off, but Vaz getting his helmet cracked open. We'll find that level 1 though. Still something better than nothing, right? As they kind of reduce down inside the little shack, and just that one grenade from Suyog gets the job done. But for Team RRQ, you've just got 001 still alive. They've kind of lost out on Asak, and that's not a good news for them. He was one of those players who was kind of fragging on all cylinders. As Team ARF, they've not had the best of the starts into the grand finals of this tournament, but would want to pick a fight against A1 TMT. In fact, Hitman getting picked off by 002 as the Swarm will come in.
The Swarms are definitely coming in. The fights are finally happening. Team ARF, as they're pushing forward, one player gets taken down. At the same time, A1 TMT is also facing the consequences. They take another one down, third one down. 008 is the final and only hope right now, surviving for the team. Deathstorm with a grenade he's going to throw on the players, but Team ARF will not survive this final grenade. And Team A1 TMT securing those 4 juicy eliminations to their name, out of which Superman has 3 on his name, in fact, but 6 elimination on the Team R9 as well. Team R9 is doing wonders in this match as well. So Yog, Rig, both players have been taken away. Another team, I do believe so, will be soon joining back to the lobby. But Team DRS, Team AGON X, these are the 2 giants that are face-to-face against each other right now. Team VOIN is in the third-party angles as well, and whereas Team AGON X has not just one angle covered for themselves, they are looking at 2 to 3 separate angles to try to find as much eliminations as they can.
Oh, certainly. And VOIN, they're going to be very happy about the position. For a moment, I felt like, you know, just when the fight kind of ended, Team VOIN was in the nearby vicinity. So I kind of thought that A1 TMT might not have been out of the woods yet. Because even now, they still have to make a mad dash inside the zone. They've got their vehicles. They know they've got their work cut out. and they're gonna make a move. But VOIN seems like they are prepared for this ramen to come right at them. Look at how they're kind of starting to group up at this point. Crypto, he's on really low HP. Even AGON I8, they have to make it inside the zone. With so many of those players having impact, those teams having individual players surviving, R9 will somehow manage to survive the onslaught of DRS. They managed to eliminate them out of the lobby, but AGON I8 finally going in for the push as NFT's Whiskey is right in front of them. They step out of the vehicles. However, Whiskey gets one knock, but that's all she wrote, as now AGON I8 still have to push in with even team R9 right beside them as Crypto lands another. And now this is something that AGON I8 really needed.
This is what the Team Agon really needed, but two players from Team Agon is also down on their knees. IQ taking the fight and has been taken away. Agon with this now has been eliminated on the hashtag number 3. We are down to the last two teams. The winner chicken dinner for the team of VOIN, I do believe so, is loading as GHOOST is being the final hope. He's gonna not survive that much. He cannot take away this 1v4 out of the circle against a team. There's the MG3 that's waiting out. There's the MG3 that's shooting, in fact, on GHOOST. No matter where he goes, no matter where he peaks, there will always be shots that are coming to haunt him up. RPM, PRM, he's coming, and with the grenade, Zeta gets the final nail in the coffin. And Team VOIN, a beautiful winner chicken dinner to their name. I think 12 eliminations in their backpack.
Oh, and I think it's somewhere around 10 if I'm not wrong, but regardless, we're gonna find that in a wee bit. But it was stuck between a rock and a hard place, literally kind of a situation for GHOOST. Had nowhere to run, and he was to the perils of Team VOIN, who kind of had a really good approach inside this game. They did kind of wait it out a little bit, kind of had the control over the entire circle. They knew the power was going to set in any given moment. All they needed to do was just be prepared and focusing on the circle. They did get quite a lot of finishes over there. But what a game of Miramar has it been, indeed, Torix.
Yes, but for now, we will be going on a short break, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys after this break, but you guys don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe, and comment down your favorite team to show your support to them in the comment sections.
Well, we promised and we delivered. That was quite a shorty. But yes, we're back after the third game, and yeah, Miramar does go to VOIN, and now this changes the narrative a lot, right? Because we were kind of seeing that Nepali domination, but this time in this particular game, Torix, let's be honest, the Pakistanis have also taken a rise, and even we see that appraisal from the players of SEA. So now things are starting to heat down a little bit, and I'm pretty sure it is going to reflect on the overall scoreboard. But for what it's worth, VOIN Esports, the team that managed to get the chicken, and it was kind of well spread out, right? Everybody having a fair share of those elims to their names, and a really well executed game, I must say.
It was a well executed game. 9 total eliminations for this team. In fact, 10 eliminations for this team in this match, with the damages that they have done: 366, 691, 321, and 476. Healing was also popped quite often by these teams. They made sure that the healings did their best as well, but so far it's VOIN. Right now, they have the winner chicken dinner. What about the rest of the teams? What about the MVPs and MVP as team alter egos? Rosemary takes that MVP. 6 finishers, 869 damage. But look at the contribution. What?
You know, this dude was just all over the place, right? The word fear did not exist in his dictionary. And we did really see that beautiful clutch against IHC, if I'm not wrong, when he had his backs against the wall. It was a 1v2 situation to which he acted quite swiftly and did get quite a couple of finishes. And whilst rotating, he also went through and through about, got a couple more, but a perfectly well executed game for them. But looking at the top 4 performers, you've got Dimsy also making his way in, but top. Yeah, 653 damage and not even a single limb. Kind of would hurt if you were Skyforce, but I kind of reel back to that one moment. I think it was action. He kind of had his eyes set at some player of Horaa, and then the entire cavalry arrived, just stepping and mowing him down. But for DRS, again, quite a standard game, 3 limbs to their names, and overall, it was a Miramar. We did witness a slight change in pace, but let's not forget the bolt action prowess from Delta. Uh-huh. All right. So, of course, now when we take a look at the match rankings over here, Torix, now this is where things really get exciting, because for MERICAL Vibes, did not even manage to get a single point. Same goes for Boom Esports. So we're kind of all over the lobby in the past couple of games. But when you look at certain teams that did tend to impress you, like we discussed, it was Team Ghost, it was Team AGON I8, and even A1 TMT managing to kind of have a decent matchup towards the very end. Took that last couple of fights, and before they could even enter inside the circle, they were sort of picked off. But for Skyforce, good news, in fact, 6 limbs to their names. Did not get even a single position point, but as long as they're looking dandy, it's fine. But still, 3 matches done and dusted, 2 more remaining to go, Erangel and Miramar. I think for what it's worth right now, we do know what are we going to expect in the next 2 games to come.
Oh, yes, the next 2 games are really, really important for the teams, and not only just because that is the final game for, like, today, for the first day. The teams also have to, like, do something. They have already witness the first Erangel and the Miramar, and the second Miramar and Erangel they have to witness right now. But teams to watch is on our screen: ARF, VOIN Esports, Alter Egos, and Horaa Esports. Judging by the throwables and the utilities that they have dumped, Team VOIN has done the most contribution right now at this point. On the second side, we are seeing the Team ARF, 2 grenades, 14 smokes, and a single Molotov by this player. But Alter Egos, just a single Molotov and a single smoke from Team Horaa Esports this time around. There are still 2 more matches, and if this is the stats, this is how the teams are playing, they have to like up their game on the throwables, I'd say, Fixes.
Well, they certainly have to. As the report card finally comes in, DRS Gaming right on top. Team Ghost have managed to take that second position to their name, while VOIN Esports have taken quite a leap there. 4th position right now. They're going to be really happy about that. A1 TMT. 2 good games out of the 3. They're at a decent position as well. But when you look at certain teams that have really been on the limbs board, it has to be the likes of DEADEYES guys. We've seen a DRS also be quite strategical with their approach. Same goes with Team Ghost. But when we move on to the next page, now that's where the concern arises. You've got so many of those big names still starting to struggle. But what I really feel, honestly, Todix, is all it takes is just that one good game to make it to the first page.
Just one good game and you will be on the top page, on the first page, in fact. But yes, today is the day you can achieve that, and you have to make sure that you get that winner chicken dinner for it if you want that top positions. If you're talking about the second page, the least number that we are seeing is 6, and on the second page, the highest number goes up to 15, then 14, 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 7, and then 6. But yes, the teams have finally approved after the second match that in the third match, they have finally secured some eliminations on the second page teams. This 4th match, in fact, can be crucial. This 4th match can be detrimental for the teams. If they want to make sure that they have some good position and some good eliminations, they have to step up their game. They have to not take those clash drops that we saw in the first Erangel map and played a kind of safe, and then gradually make it up towards an aggressive side. That's where you will shine. That's where you will get the upper advantage against either teams. And make sure you hold your positions first, and then strike the hammer when the metal is hot.
Oh, indeed. But you know what? I really feel like, the teams, the way they have been playing, the kind of mentality they have come in with, are they just gonna still keep going all out, settle their differences, sort out all the rivalries? We are yet to witness all those melee actions also, a little bit of those spans, maybe just a stab or dagger. But regardless, we might get to see that happening right now as we head on to the 4th game of the evening, Torix, and it is gonna be a flight path all the way from Milta Power, goes towards the northwestern side. And I'm kind of keen to see where the circle really forms right now. A lot of those teams kind of heading down to the southern side, the Sosovka military base island, even as far as Primorsk. They're going to have to take a long route. But, for what it's worth, we might get to see another fight break out at Yasnaya and a couple other places.
The early stages fights, it's definitely possibilities there, but it depends on the teams. If they want to really take the fights, or they want to play this match in their favor. And if they want to play in their favor, they have to step it up and not take the early aggressions, because that's what breaks the momentum or generates the momentum. It's a double-edged sword. You can either get the kill, or you can either give out your eliminations to the other teams. But the players, the teams have finally decided to take the jump. They are finally trying to take some early fights, as I see Milta City initiating the fights, Team DRS taking those initiative fights against another teams. I think that's VOIN in the closed vicinity, but I can be wrong. But on the other side, we are seeing the Team Rage AGON at Pochinki. There are 2 teams on Pochinki's vicinity, and Fixes, I do believe so that we might be seeing more than just a single fight.
Yeah, I think VOIN, they're firing on all cylinders, starting off really hard, getting a couple of finishes over there, and looking at the situation. We've got Delta. He is in a whole world of trouble all by his lonesome as the players of VOIN come in as hungry hyenas as they will take him down. And that being said, DE eliminated right from the moment they could say go, as VOIN will be the culprits. They will be the criminals as AGON X, they're having a fight of their own against Team Rage. You can see Blade, he's been just slashed over. Now this is something that I really wanted to see. Now this is a fight that's happening elsewhere. When you're talking about AGON X, they did have a really good game in Miramar, certainly hoping to build up that little bit of a momentum. But Torix, as expected, we get to see some early actions.
Oh, we did see some early actions. We did see some early fights. AGON also taking some initiatives, getting that single elimination to their name. Whereas Crypto right now is on top of the vehicle. There was no seat whatsoever in that vehicle, so he was like, let give me a quick ride. But the circle, that's what's the monstrosity right now. So far, it is in the favor of the team, so it's not going to cause that much of a panic situation for the players. But Cheesecake, alongside of Crypto, they're going to get into the buggy. But A1 TNT, look at the fights that they have initiated against the team of Horaa right now. 2 players from Team Horaa has been knocked out, 1 player being revved, the other one being completely eliminated, finished up. No fear, healing himself, but he only has some. This is the moment that the Horaa team has to be in a safer side. The shots were done. They know where the position is. They know where the player is. So Sky, Horaa, Mafia, Ninja, if you have anything to do at this point, do it right now.
I mean, if you do remember, I think I have my memory right sharp over the fact that, just after Horaa did eliminate the players of A1 TMT, a little bit of a BM was in process, and seems like, A1 TMT, they had to retaliate back, they had to respond, and look at how Horaa Esports, they're running for their lives, screaming, yelling for help. But it is a big town, and I'm pretty sure, A1 TMT would want to commit in for the push. But, they have to be very careful. They will have to be quite instrumental with their approach, because one wrong move, and they might have to get some casualty happening there. We do not know how this fight really spread out. Maybe a drop fight again, a little bit of an RNG factor this time. However, A1 TMT, they were prepared for what was coming their way, and seems like, they've got the upper edge in this particular battle. But when you talk about the other fights also, in fact, about how the circle has been, this time it's an eastern circle, so we might get to see some action around the Lipovka shorelines. Even the Lumberjack Hills are in contention, but Team Rage, they're kind of centered around Pochinki right now, but having lost out on Blade, that's a news that is going to hurt them.
Oh, yes. Team Rage, a good start. They try to take, but they have been punished. 15 total points to the team's name. And in this match, they have already lost a single player, a single yet crucial player for their team. Drolin, Voltrix, and Zibian are the only 3 hopes right now that is for the team. Pochinki is completely contested by them, but on the other side, Team RRQ versus the team at DE. Deadeyes, guys, they're taking the fight. 2 players taken down. RRQ, this is the first 2 eliminations in this match that they have taken. 001 now trying to move forward, trying to secure that buggy for himself, but the rest of his team is also giving him cover from different angles, that there might be some players, there might be some teams looking out for them. 001 throwing some smokes, making use of those utilities to go and elude those crates up.
Oh, there certainly will be. But when you're talking about the other movements being made across the map, Alter Ego, they realized that they would want to take the center of the map. So hence a quick rotation by the lads. We've seen Rosemary performing really well in the previous game of Miramar, but cannot say the same for Deadeyes, guys. I mean, they did manage to win the previous Erangel, but this time things have gone a little down south for them. So of course a little bit of a recovery from them is going to be expected, but for what it's worth, NFT, Now, this is one of those teams that we haven't really seen them performing really well. You know, they've been struggling right from the very
Yeah.
get-go. Whiskey, there was that one moment when the push came in. Just could take down one player, but that was all she wrote. But coming into this game, Skyforce in the previous one, we did see them taking a couple of finishes. But placement points is certainly one of those areas that they could really do better and improve on. As seventh element, you know, they've always been in the thick and thins of fight, right? Even in Sanhok, we witnessed that happening, which kind of continued around Erangel. They did get a couple of elims to their names, but that was pretty much it. So they need to find a little bit of a stability if they really want to get on the leaderboards. They want to get a good, respectable position. But for what it's worth, ARF in the previous game, we also saw them taking a lot of fights. But this time, they want to play the position game.
I think majority of the teams wants to play the position game at this point because they know that taking the fights at early stage is still like super risky, and there can be a lot of threats. Even if you win the fights, there can be a lot of threats for the later in game stages, whereas you might lose your player. So play it safe from the very get-go and make sure that you have the man advantage against the other teams. On the ending sides, you can still secure in the top 5 some maybe 5, maybe 4 eliminations, or even 6 to 7 eliminations easily. Team Boom, they're also rotating away, but Team RRQ taking once again fight against the Team Horaa. Sky Horaa has been knocked and confirmed right off the bat, leaving the one and only player from the Team Horaa as the final hope, as the final player. But T2K Riggs' car has also been demolished. He gets taken down, confirmed, and as Jane and Suyog tries their level best to give out a cover to the player, there was no way that they could have given out any kind of cover. RRQ, that was an easy pick, and this is the 4th elimination that the Team RRQ has secured for themselves.
Oh yeah, they're kind of quite happy with how things have started for them, but cannot say the same for Team Horaa because, of course, they had to scoot away from Yasnaya, but little did they know that there was a team waiting in during their transition phase. But regardless, they've taken quite some hits, just survived with one of their final surviving members. The same can be said for Team Rage. Really not happy with the fact that Blade is taken an exit, but seems like Aiku, in fact I8, they're in quite the mood over here. AGON I8, I guess they've gotten one more knock, and it's on the player from 7th element. One of them being dealt with, will park the vehicle, and they'll have no trouble whatsoever securing the knock and instantly find some cover, as now AGON I8, they will make their way inside the circle through farm.
They will be making their way inside through the farm, but 7th element losing another player in this fight. This is the first elimination that 7th element has received in the 4th match of today, the Erangel one. AGON finally trying to make a comeback for themselves in the last 2 matches, whereas this match, so far they have secured 2 eliminations. They're trying to get even more, and that is one of the reasons we are even seeing Team AGON trying to scout out the locations, trying to find out the players on where they are. But Team Boom, Team 7th element, you have to be careful of these 2 teams. There are 2 different teams at 2 different angles. You have to be careful. The constant fire is being dealt. The Baron is super low. He gets taken down. A confirmation from AGON side comes in play. 3rd elimination for Team AGON. 4 MVs there. Elimination comes in place. This is the 4th one that they have secured. Cheesecake in the meanwhile gets taken down. 4 MV. There's Team Boom that might give out the cover. So a lot of teams and a lot of eyes on Team AGON right now, but in the midst of all of that, Team AGON still manages to secure not 1 but 2 eliminations for themselves.
You know, you're going to be hurting if you are a MERICAL Vibes fan right now. I think that was too painful for Saw Eyes to watch over there. What happened to them? Just caught in the middle of nowhere. You've got Boom on one side, AGON I8 on the other. Everybody just clobbering them down with those bullets. But we've got IHC also taking a fight against A1 TMT. But seems like for MERICAL Vibes, we're in mood for some redemption, as Doc managed to get one crazy. There's no chance on earth he is going to survive that. But look at IHC just stepping right in front of A1 TMT. Sinister trying to dodge and bob and weave. And he succeeds in doing that. Gets that finish. And IHC, They take a wipe.
Within the blink of an eye, Team A1 TMT makes short work of the Team IAT and gets them out of this match. They are the second team to get back to the lobby at an early stage. Team DRS was the first one, and mind you that the Team DRS total points that they have is 34, and Team A1 now has a chance. Team VOIN has a chance to exceed them, get above them. At the same time, there's the Team R9 that has 30 points. DEADEYES, they have the 29 points as well. So top 5 now is the chance for them to make sure to shine. 1 to 2, 3 eliminations is enough, and you need to have a good placement, and you can dethrone DRS from their top position, get on the top, and then it will be a fight of holding the crown for yourself. But so far, 7th element, Shahmeed, looking at the Team AGON X I8 with the TPP angle. He's trying to find out the players in a complete open area, but Team AGON already in a compound, securing their positions. Gokubot changing his position as well, getting an off angle against Team AGON, but I don't think so that it will be necessary, because in 39 seconds, another circle will be being made, and this one might go to a hard northern side shift.
There's a little ickling in my heart that says that Skyforce might just get this. Because when I was taking a quick gander at the map feed, I see them stationed right at the high grounds. They've got some good covers. They've got a little bit of a spread playing out, and seems like they're in the mood of a chicken dinner. You know, already having a good position, like we said, right? And at the esports, they need to get a couple of knocks before they even think of breaching in to the holding positions of Skyforce. But as this entire game dictates, you know, the circle's kind of centered around shelter, maybe around the Lumberjack Hills, like we kind of speculated. But for what it's worth, we've got that entire migration happening from that western side. There are a couple of teams that have taken the northern route as well, the likes of R9. You've got the players of Alter Ego have Evertorix in very precarious position. I mean, kind of quite spread apart from each other. They need to, you know, regroup, rendezvous, and make a move maybe inside the next circle. So we do have that second stage going on. Maybe after this shift, we might see a couple more fights, but boom. For what it's worth, the way they begun their journey and for where they're really heading towards right now, things really do not look merry for them.
I'd say things do not look merry for anyone, because anything can still happen. This is just the second stage. The third shift, the third radius, is already going to be too small, and 16 teams are so far surviving in the second stage. Third one is going to bring chaos for them. There's the airdrop that's coming, but in this airdrop, it's going to be a Groza. Whosoever gets that will have the upper advantage, like we saw in the Sanhok match. 007 trying his level best to take down some players of the A1 TMT, but no luck. The shots were done, the damage was done, but A1 TMT is not that easy to be taken away. ARF 007 also looking at the right side, looking at the compound, and there's another team, there's another name that's in the close vicinity, and that is, my friends, oh my god, a great squad that can make a hell for the team, and that is none other than RRQ.
Oh, indeed. And lately we've seen RRQ, you know, they've just been going all out, right? A1 TMT.
Yeah.
This has been a team that has actually really impressed me, if I have to be honest, because, yeah, they did have a great Sanhok, and yeah, the Miramar game also was pretty decent for them. The first Erangel did not go the way they actually planned. But look at this. This is the hard shift that we were really waiting for. And T2K, they will be the first ones to capitalize. A1 TMT in a really good position. And RRQ, I see they're playing with fire right out in the very open. They've got their vehicles. The big question is, where do they ram in next?
Where do they ram in next? Which position do they hold for themselves to be in a safe, to be called in a safe position? is the bigger question, because no matter where they go, there will always be a team waiting out for you. It's 16 in number of the teams that are still in the match. Constant fire on Precious Sir, and at the same time a Losser, but no connectivity. Every single bullet that traced from Team A1 side, A1 TMT side, was on the cars of the Team Deadeye's guys. The kill feed once again lighting up. T2K Love taking the initiatives, taking the fights against some players, against some teams. ARF in the meanwhile taking the fight with the Team Boom as well. So not just one fight, it's multiple fights that's happening in the closest vicinity. Whereas in prison, we are seeing Suyog Love pushing forward against the Team NFT, but Team NFT trying to hold out that position, healing themselves. The healing will be popped off. The player gets into the cover. He gets one down, but from the backside, he gets taken down as well. Team ARF as a third-party shot has taken down Suyog as well, leaving Jane as the final hope, as a final contender for their team. But ARF with the 3 eliminations so far to their name, the 2 that they might get a little while ahead. It might add up to a 5 eliminations to their name, but ARF once again, Team Skyforce, this has happened to you the second time, and you have not learned from your mistakes, my guys.
Oh my god, that was so hard to believe. Action again, just taking the same demise once more. And seems like Peanut's his kryptonite, right? Bullets ain't gonna do any damage, but maybe try it out with a vehicle. And that was so well executed out of the players of ARF. If you could see, one of their players was kind of trying to draw all that attention, kind of given that sound cue with his bullets being fired at his direction, and suddenly his teammate just goes in brave and just takes him down for good. Now Skyforce did not really see this coming. Again, kind of puts a spanner to their works, but for what it's worth, Alter Ego, they also have a really good position to play around, but need to be a little bit watchful because you've got 7th element right on the higher grounds. Now, what really concerns me is if they kind of get sandwiched from 2 different directions, but Team Horaa, with kind of a not a really good start into this game, they're kind of bouncing back into it, getting a couple of finishes to their names. They know how important these points are going to be because you do not have numbers, so taking good positions is really out of the question. So if you can find a couple of films here and there, maybe at least get a kind of an average around 6 or 7 will certainly help in your endeavors. As Skyforce, they're really mad, and Nirzet, he is flirting fire.
Oh yes, he is flirting fire right now, but Cheesecake, once again, Team AGON trying to take the fights. Crypto car has also been demolished. 2 tires have been punctured. He cannot use that anymore. Cheesecake in the sniper tower trying to find out a position where he can take some players down. And Top says no. Takes one down. Team SF right off the bat, they're pushing, they're aggressing on the players. They're trying to take down another car elimination, but no, there was another car that stopped them right in their tracks. But DBS, 1 down, 2 down. This is a 3rd down, and Team AGON bites the dust in this match on the hashtag number 14. They have been eliminated.
Yeah, they indeed have been, and seems like the circle was their vice. Had to rotate early on, and like I said, right, Skyforce having that high ground to themselves really had to capitalize down to it. And when it comes to those close range battles, I think that is where they really excel at. But look at this circle shift a little bit towards the western side around shelter. I really like ARF's positioning, but look at A1 TMT. They're going to be really happy with how they're situated. They've got nobody on their backline, so they have to watch their 12, 3 and 9. So if they can successfully do that, maybe they get a really good game out of this. But seems like the players of Skyforce, they've been spotted out. It is going to be the players of VOIN Esports who have just recently secured a chicken dinner. IC trying to make a move, and now 27, he's got to be really careful as now they've let loose of those couple of bullets on a different team. However, it is going to be on Rage. Now I'm starting to get worried if Skyforce will capitalize, but IC, that was all a ruse, that was all the bait, as he has been taken down. Nirzet really needs to fight back, and there you go, the flush is there of course, but oh my god, 27 really being relentless, showing no mercy, as Skyforce, they're in a whole world of trouble.
They are in a whole world of trouble. Maxis is pushing forward, but his car, the back tire, has been taken away. But it's not going to stop Team VOIN. Team VOIN still going to manage it out and take that eliminations on the Team Sky Forces player, taking them out of this match. 27 was on the rampage in the complete fight. Team Rage is near to the lumberyard as well, but PRM throwing the grenades on Voltrix. Voltrix is going to survive. They're once again going to head back into a safer side. But Team Rage has a dual man right now, a duo at this particular position against the last player, against a solo player that's surviving here outside the circle of the team of VOIN. Healed himself. He's going to push once again, but the DBS is going to make short work of him. 27 PRMN gets taken down. Team VOIN now losing a single player from their team. They're gonna try to make amends. They're gonna try to take their revenge against the players, but Horaa Esports in the meanwhile gets a completion. They are out of the match on 11th spot. Team VOIN also receiving the wrath of the team RRQ, team AE at that time, and back-to-back finishes up. Horaa gets eliminated, VOIN gets eliminated, and we are down to the 9 total teams, in which Team ARF, alongside of 7th Element, they are trying to take a fight.
Really happy with how 7th Elements have approached this one, right? I think has to be the longest survival game so far. But Team ARF, they've been all across the place. And we did see them engaging in a couple of fights, but A1 TMT, they just pulled out a clutch of their lives. Destiny how Sinister just repositioned himself when that push came in. But now we've got Team RRQ. They've already got 5 limbs to their name. They've got the players of Alter Ego, I believe, pincered down to one certain spot, but seems like they might also be landing down to their own graves, kind of out in the open a little bit, as Shamir gets the better out of Nofiko. As now 7th Element, they do have that higher ground advantage. We did discuss about it a couple of moments earlier, as T2K right in front of them, just slithering through one with the nature. Haven't made a lot of moves, but there you go. T24 getting picked off from elsewhere. It is going to be Morpheus who gets the deed done, but T2K certainly wanting to capitalize on this, as Turu Love will push in as Alva. The 4 comes in also by the players of Alter Ego. Goku Bot has to play a very, very crucial role in all of this, as in the next 10 seconds the circle will start to close in, and this is where all these teams will have to make a mad dash inside the zone, where a lot of the other teams are waiting for them with open arms.
Oh, they're waiting with them with open arms and open fire. As soon as they're gonna spot on the player, it's gonna be hell breaking loose. Octa trying to find T2K Jane. Jane is in the cover. Team RRQ also having a complete, a singular angle where they're in a safer side. RRQ, if they even enter the circle, they will not have to take the fight with anyone, but they're actually going towards the fight. Jane has been spotted. The fire, the chase down is going to be on its way, but the player is in the smoke. The constant fire from the team RQ makes short work of Jane. It's over for Jane. Another team, T2K, gets taken out by this time on the hashtag number 8, on the hashtag number 7. We might see Team Alter Egos, but Octa is surviving. The car burst down, gets him down as well. Team RRQ, back-to-back. Some finishes, some knocks on Alter Egos this time around. Rosemary was finished up. Second player, Octa, is on his knees. The 2-man squad is of Team R9 and Team Deadeye's guys, but the rest of the players, they're a complete squad. Team Rage has a solo player, RRQ, beautifully doing these deeds, these fires against the team ARF, but Team Rage taking, in fact, Team Rage taking Alter Egos in the meanwhile. What was Alter Ego even thinking about rushing towards the Team Rage? They were taken aback by the players. R9 Naki, he's trying in the shack to find out the players, but remember this, my man. You are just a duo and you are outside of the circle. Any wrong move and you will be done and dusted.
RRQ, they seem to be all over the place. The way they've been capitalizing on all these fights, already having 9 finishes to their names, would want to get the numbers back online. And from here onwards, will be en route to maybe getting that chicken dinner, for which they have really been working their backs off. But for now, what it's worth, Deadeyes, guys. Let's see. Claw Good vision of them. Nah, just lets loose off those bullets. He knows he's got no other option while making his way inside the circle. Might just get taken down as Precious also fighting against the blue as A1 TMT. They've got one of their players already being picked off. Precious gets a couple of finishes before he gets eliminated by the players of RRQ. They've got the high ground. They've got it all in their favor as ARF, they go after the boys from Bangladesh as one of their players already being picked off. Sketch, he might be in a whole world of hurt and trouble. Sketch is somehow surviving the onslaught of all that bullets over there, but ARF, I really feel like they could cause some trouble for RRQ, but with the smoke being laid out and one of their players, Nerfiko, keeping a close watch on 001, I think ARF will have to be very cautious about their approach.
Oh, ARF has to be careful about their approach, but they're only a duo right now, and the position that they're in, they're even outside of the circle. RRQ, in the meanwhile, just look at that. One player staying back for the team ARF. The rest of them are actually pushing towards the A1 TMT with the grenades, with the utilities, taking one down. One knock has been dealted. Second knock can make a difference, can eliminate out the player, but no, it's not going to be a dish out at this point. Team ARF also waiting out for the opportunities that they might have in the fight, but so far Team RRQ, the winner of a chicken dinner, might be loading out for them. ARF with a single grenade takes not just one but two players down. Beautifully done by this guy, but so far on the Team RRQ side, they're also receiving some damage. Team ARF, slowly and steadily, they might win this race because Ryu has been taken away. No Mercy trying his level best with the grenades to take out Sinister. Sinister is on the backside of this tree truck, but the grenades, the trades, it's not going to make any kind of a difference. A1 TMT, he has to push forward, but no, 001 once again. Team RRQ side gets that elimination. We are down to the final top two teams, in which 007 do not want to give out the kill, do not want to give out the elimination to any of the player, but he still does it. He shows the face and he gets taken down. RRQ with that winner chicken dinner of this match, of the match at number 4, Erangel. Beautifully done, and finally 15 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, a biggie, to be honest. And RRQ, they were on the prowl. The moment they executed their rations, they held on to the high grounds. They were literally all over the map in the final few circles. Really nice control from the players. They knew when they had to engage and knew when they needed to disengage, reset those fights, and had the entire group in that last battle. We did see how they flushed out the players of A1T, but yeah, gotta give it to the boys from ARF. I think it was 001, if I'm not wrong, did manage to take down 2 players with just one single grenade, regardless for what it was worth. It was a beautiful game of Erangel, a beautiful circle, kind of taking that early Eastern shift. Just when we thought it's going to go towards the Lumberjack Hills, it had other plans, kind of tending to take a twist around that prison area. But yes, so many of those teams just going all out. Seventh Element, regardless, finally did have a decent game in terms of survival, but where does that take in terms of the old standings? A1 TMT, yet another consistent game. I'm pretty sure they're going to be climbing up the ranks.
Oh, they will be climbing up the ranks, but at the same time, my question to you is, which 001? Because there were not just one, there were two 001.
I think it was ARF.
One was from ARF, the other one was RRQ. And yes, both of the players actually did a great job for their teams. ARF got 3 eliminations from the 001, a solo player that he did got the eliminations. But 001 from RRQ, he managed to eliminate 4 total kills for his team. And that's a big number as well, because out of all the 15 eliminations, 4 goes towards him. And throughout this, there might be a chance that there can be a factor that they will be contenders for the MVP race as well. MVP race, we all know that there's like more than just one MVP that we are going to see. And these are the crucial eliminations that you need to secure in each and every match to make sure that slowly and steadily as the matches ends, you have your position on the MVP race as well.
Oh, you certainly do. But, you talk about RRQ and how they were excellent in this game. There was one player that really stood out for me, was a Sanhok. That man
Oh,
has
yes.
managed to get 8 elims to his name, and goes on to show that he's been showing those signs in those previous couple of games. Right, it was all that one game that was needed by by this particular team, and yes, they needed to prove themselves, and they've come out in all glory. So yeah, I think RRQ getting a chicken dinner out of this one will be massively benefiting them in terms of the overall standings. But taking a quick look at the numbers, we've got No Mercy, we've got 001, Asak, like we said, and Nerfico. Now, he's been on the back lines. He's been kind of trying to get those revives back up. But look at the damage numbers on 001, crossing 1,000 already.
4 elimination and 1,000 damage by this guy. More than double the damage that he got the eliminations off. As well as if you're looking at No Mercy View, I'm sad to see the 0 elimination. Imagine if this guy was alive, if this guy was still in the match till the very end and they were taking the fights. How many kills more could have he secured? It could have been maybe 17, 18, even 19 elimination of winner chicken dinner for the team. But going to the most valuable player, it is Asa 5k Ryu with 8 eliminations and 957 damage. But the contribution, even after all of those eliminations, still gets him up to 53.3 contribution.
Yeah, I mean, almost getting those, the half of the finishes from his particular team. But yeah, like we said, right, he was just guns blazing in this particular game. Did get a couple of assists, the damage number really high. I think if you take a look at the total damage, I think goes around 2,500. And that's a big number, to be honest. But you look at the top performers. Yeah, these were the usual suspects that we sort of anticipated. A1 TMT's Deathstorm, however, now he is a new kid on the block. I think one of the best out of the Bangladesh region. He's been playing rather really well. And we did see how they kind of thwarted off the players of Horaa, kind of got their sweet little revenge of what happened to them in the previous Erangel. And then that push coming in from, I think, IHC, if I'm not wrong, and Sinister certainly was the star, kind of drawing all that attention over there. That was really beautiful to witness. But look at the numbers of total rescues. I think you're just going to go mad at this, won't you?
I'm not even going to react at this point because I know that's at this point it's doing it on purpose. 68 eliminations, 63 knockouts, 6,000 healing. So all the players get a single heal if we are talking about the average healing. Every single player from this knockout elimination gets at least one healing popped off. 231 throwables used, the highest number that we have witnessed in all of the matches today. 2 airdrops looted, 9 headshots, and once again the 14 rescues. But the highest, the longest elimination distance is from the team A1 TMT Sinister. That is 306 meters away. And I would say that they were using the DMRs at that time. And the DMRs are what's make the difference. And the sprays, guns, you need to have that for the closer range, I'd say.
Oh, yes, you certainly would want to. And I think it comes down to how you kind of tend to just get your loadout for your team. And yeah, we've seen those DBSs, but we've seen a couple of those ARMs also. We've seen those M4s also into the mix, a couple of DMRs. But overall, a really good game as we take a look at the match rankings. Of course, Rex Regum, Qon, RRQ get 25 points out of this. ARF, A1 TMT, each getting 14 points respectively. But VOIN Esports sort of kind of maintaining that consistency from the previous Miramar. But for T2K, a little bit of a rise for this particular team as well. But the Pakistanis did lag behind in this one. Team Ghost being the best out of the lot, getting just 5 points. But when you look at the bottom, DRS Gaming, now let's be honest, Oryx. Now this was the team that was right at the tippity top. They were the leaders in terms of the overall standings, and not getting a single point out of this one game is going to be a little concerning. Now, even for the lads of Skyforce, I mean, for Action, it's back-to-back 2 times where he's just been rampaged through by a vehicle. Certainly has to watch out for that next time.
He has to watch out for not the players, but the vehicles this time in the final match, I'd say, because it's also Miramar. The last the first car elimination that happened to him was also in the Miramar, and the final match is also going to be in the Miramar vicinity. But so far, teams to watch is on our screen. There's Team Ghost, there's Alter Egos, there's Rage, and ARF. And with the throwables having the highest number on the team ARF, 21 smokes and 10 grenades. The players have outdone themselves at this point. The players have really done for themselves. But so far, Fixes,
Yeah.
the matches that have been played so far, the players have outdone themselves. I'm not saying any team played bad, but yes, there were certain times where we saw some smaller mistakes change up into a bigger mistake kind of thing, and the teams have to be really careful of that thing in particular, because they know at this time that a single mistake is going to cost them their complete life. It's going to cost them complete of their maybe even this game, like a ranking where they could have been on the top. They will not be after a single like that bigger mistake.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the, if you take an example, the ripple effect, right? Initially, it might seem very minuscule, but if you look at the bigger picture, that's made a lot of difference. And the biggest example over here would be Skyforce, because we did touch upon it, Torix, if you remember, that Skyforce did have a really good spread, really good high ground, and suddenly you see one of their players being taken down, and that is where one thing led to the other. And yeah, they have been suffering, because when you look at a team like Skyforce, when you talk about the lads of MERICAL Vibes, you are kind of ought to expect bigger things from them. But hey, let's be honest, this tournament is all about having the bragging rights to be the best in not just their region, but across as well. But so
Oh,
far,
yes.
in the grand scheme of things, we've seen the Nepalis have had a really good start. Yes, VOIN, they've been playing really well, but RRQ now kind of coming in, stirring up the things up in the
Yeah.
top table. It's going to get exciting, because after this game of Miramar, we're going to have one third of the games being done and dusted. So then the teams will have a slight picture of what to do next. Now, we did talk about the kind of potential, early drop clashes happening here and there, but this is one of those games where I believe teams would want to be going for a little bit of a try hard.
The teams will go for a try hard, and I think the last match was even a try hard for the teams as well.
Yeah.
We are seeing majority of the teams trying to play it out safe, but then taken away by the rotations. They need to work on their rotations and the clashes that they take during that time. They
Indeed.
know they know that the rotation that they're doing is good, but the clashes that they're seeing, they have to either stick to one thing, either fight out till the very end and make sure that you go out with a bang, or disengage right from the very bat. Do not take a single shot on the team. Change your rotations, change your course from that team, and get a safer angle against them, and then move away. Take them inside of that circle. Do not take them out of the circle at any point, at any case, because the circle is going to come up. The teams are going to delay the fights. The circle will come up. You will receive the damage from not just the circle, but at the same time the teams. You might not have the chance of healing yourself, and we have seen that in the first two matches, that the teams were doing that, and they couldn't heal themselves. They couldn't out heal themselves from the circle, and that's what made their demise at that time.
Oh, they certainly did. And when you talk about rotations, yes, that's going to be quite crucial. And Miramar is one of those games where you have to pay heed to the zone, right? You just cannot go with a blindfold on the eyes and try and say that we're going to take a lot of fights, because the moment you even think of doing that, you're going to be subjected to a third party, which so far has been the case in various fights that we did get to cover. So now heading on into Miramar, now this is one of those games where I really feel like the Southeast Asian teams have a slight edge over the South Asians. They love their
Oh,
Miramar,
yes.
and had it been in a first-person perspective, so that would have been a whole different story whatsoever. But coming back, now we've got our favorites over right now. We do have certain teams that we really expect bigger things from. Now, one of which is RRQ. Now, this is a team that comes with a lot of legacy running on their backs. Now, this is one of those teams that we've seen in the games prior to the previous Erangel. they were kind of getting into the fights. They were sort of getting a few eliminations to their names, but that was just it. They were not really able to make it to the podium, which they did in the previous game. So now they've kind of had a read of the lobby as to how it's going to spread out or pan out, and hoping that they kind of can somehow replicate their performance of their previous games. But for the teams that honestly I feel really need to step up, one of which has to be Skyforce, because now this is a team we have seen them not just in this particular region but globally. Also, we are well aware of the domination. But when you look at Skyforce and even the likes of IHC, one thing, Torix, that we have noticed is today's been one of those days where they've been only going for those fights. So that position placement area, that's something that they could really improve upon.
The placement areas where they can really
Yeah.
shine. I'm seeing the teams are not taking the placement seriously. They're actually going for the fights. And
Yeah.
judging from the first day, I think it's a good thing as well that the teams wants to test the waters. Team want to make sure that every single match that they play for today, they check how the teams are taking that aggression, what kind of strategies are the teams actually doing, what the capabilities of the teams are, in fact, for the players. But you have to be really careful, not only because this is just a 3 days like a game, this is just a 3 days event, but this one day will mean one third of the complete event. And a single match for today means you might lose your connections, you might lose your chances of securing those top positions for tomorrow as well. And you have to make sure that on the third day you make sure that you get those top positions for yourself. But we all know, Fixes, third day is always for those aggressions and always for those third parties, for the
Yeah.
teams that couldn't secure those top positions, and then they try to even hinder the positions of the teams that are already on the top.
Oh, certainly is. I think there's no two ways about it, because we have constantly been emphasizing on the fact that
Yeah.
teams really need to get a good start. And you've been talking about testing the waters, but seems like they want to taste blood right from the very beginning. But heading on into Miramar, so this is one of those games where we would be hoping to see some decent performance out of DRS, because they've been silent in Erangel being the first team to get eliminated. Of course, they would not want to let go of that top spot that they were holding on to, and would want to salvage a couple of points here and there. But now this is one of those teams where the SEA teams are again wanting to shine. We're going to expect to see some of those early fights. My eyes will be on IHC, how they engage in all those battles, a few of the rivalries, which did take a single turn in the previous one. Maybe time for redemption. We did witness that in Erangel, right? You talk about the first Erangel. It was DRS going after, in fact, it was Horaa going after A1 TMT. But the next matchup, you can see A1 TMT came back with vengeance and just swatted the players out. But this is exactly what we are supposed to expect. The rivalries being settled, everybody just going blood for blood. And this is something we all love, even as fans. We're enjoying all that warfare, all that action spreading across these maps. So in just a wee while, we will have the final game started. I'm pretty sure it was such a great start to the grand finals in this event.
Oh yes, it will be a great start but for today, this will be the final match that
Indeed.
the teams will be playing. So they have to play it really, really cautiously. They know what their positions will be after that. They know what they're trying to achieve for the final match as well, and they have to make sure that they give it 100% of their performance in this match. They pour 100% in this match, because after this, there will only be tomorrow and the day after for them to play in. So go out with a bang. Make sure you take some early aggressions. Yes, I want to see that in this Miramar, but at the same time, I really want to see those like end circles clusters. The teams, like 10 teams, 12 teams in the fourth, fifth circle, constantly barraging themselves against each other, taking shots. Anyone that shows their faces try to cross over. The car gets burst down. The player gets eliminated. I want to see that. I want to see that kind of a bloodshed in this match.
Oh, we certainly want to see that. But what we do not want to see, Torix, is action getting run over by another vehicle.
Yes.
That has been
Yes.
painful and funny to watch at the same time. Certainly has to look out for all those surrounding threats. But yes, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just get into the desert of Miramar and find out for ourselves which team takes the chicken dinner.
Oh, which team will take the chicken dinner? This is the bigger question, but so far the plane has taken the flight, going from ruins to the side of the southern angle of Los Leons. We are already seeing heavy clusters, a heavy shift of the plane line to the western angles, and the eastern angles like Tierra Blanca, the Campo Militar, the El Azhar areas, they're not accessible. No matter what happens, they are not accessible unless the player finds the vehicle, and then they are somewhat accessible. But where will the circle go? Where will the circle be headed to? This is a bigger question, because the teams have already taken the drop at the early stages, at the before the half marker of the map, but the rest half will take the flight on the Los Leons, maybe Chumacera, maybe they will go towards the Picado areas. But yes, aside from that, I don't think that this time in this match the teams will be going that hard on the eastern angles.
I think, in the previous game, we did get to see a circle around Hacienda and water treatment areas around it. And this time, would love to see something happen around the southern side. So many of those teams drop down. And like you said, possibilities of a fight breaking out in Los Leones are definitely there, especially when you've got a team like ARF who have been firing on all cylinders. But, the teams have not even dropped, but their bodies dropping already. And RRQ is the one, I think they've picked a fight against the lads of 7th Element, if I'm not wrong, or maybe could just be somebody else. But I think, yeah, indeed, it is again 7th Element, and they've gotten a finish already. Now, this was what I was talking about. They've kind of opened up their wings. They know they're kind of quite confident of what they want to achieve. And there you go, the second loss also being taken by the players of 7th Element. Now they have to run for their lives, and RRQ in no mood to spare even a single soul. T24 trying to fight it out with all his life, with all his might, gets a single knock, but that's all she wrote for him.
Oh, but Alian couldn't even take the fight. Before even the fight, he was taken away, and the 7th Element will be the first and foremost team in the final match to be given the hand back to the lobby. Skyforce, in the meanwhile, they're also taking the fights. 1 down, 2 down, confirmed. Skyforce in this match is also trying to get those eliminations for themselves. Action getting knocked out. In the meanwhile, Team Rage, whereas GG Knight is playing with him in this match. There's also QWERTY. So a lot of different names, a lot of fresh names from the team side that we're seeing today in this match. But NFT is trying as well to take the fight against the team of Horaa. Horaa did really good in the last match. But this time, will they be able to do a same performance like they did in the last one or not? But SF Nirza taking out QWERTY Freestyler that was playing from the Team Rage, and Team Rage with this gets eliminated on the hashtag number 16. Back-to-back 2 Pakistani teams have been gone back to the lobby, have been thrown back to the lobby. Third team, which one will it be, is the bigger question. So far, Team Sky has also taken some fights. 2 eliminations to their name, and NFT today has not been good for them, Fixes.
It certainly hasn't been. Now, Whiskey just getting pushed over. Does manage to find something? The answer is going to be no, as he has been put down 6 feet under, unselfish. I think the last player surviving, and there you go. Team Horaa Esports really had their pans out already. And you could see that they're in the mood for mischief. And yeah, we kind of like that from Horaa Esports. They've been the bad boys in the lobby. And yeah, have been the old dogs in the scene. I think formerly playing from DRS. Eventually, you talk about the current DRS. Seem to be in a little bit of a kerfuffle against the players of AGON X. Now, looking at Falak, can find a really crucial angle, and if the RS are not careful about it, might lose out on massive numbers. Did a lot of damage, but could not do them dirty.
Oh yes, the knock couldn't be reached. XMPL was trying with the UMP to take down the player, but the DBS is not gonna work at all. Falak gets that knock, confirms it up, and after that, Team DRS as They are trying. They are making sure that slowly and steadily they use the throwables to take the players down. Backside, they do not know that IQ is waiting out. IQ gets another knock, completes him up. The fight is finally happening. Falak gets taken down. Gyante gets Falak. At the same time, Crypto has been finished. Cheesecake is also down on his knees. IQ, the things are up to you. It's everything up to you. The team is holding on. The fact that the hope that you will be their savior, but will you be the savior? This is the bigger question. But before going to IQ, Gyante makes sure that all of the elimination that gets into the play, and oh my god, that was a risky move. A second later, and Gyante could have been in a real pinch.
Oh, he certainly could have been, and what a turn of tables around in this particular fight as IQ will try to enter into the vicinity, but seems like the numbers really humbled him down. From DRS, Gyante being the absolute hero. And alright, they did not want to live.
No.
Letting go of their beloved there, won that fight and took an early exit. And really raises a lot of questions there. But yeah, we're going to be scoffing at it just a wee while later. But RRQ, what a great start have these lads had into this tournament, right? 4 finishes already. And took the better out of 7th Element, who did seem to have a little bit of a stable game in Erangel, and early on had to bid our goodbyes in this one.
They have to bid a goodbye in this one, and all of the Pakistani teams are out for today's matches. NFT in the meanwhile and DRS are also those 2 teams that have been eliminated, and we are down to the 12 teams that are still in the match, and not even the first stage has closed yet. It's still 4 minutes until this stage closes up. The stage 2 becomes a permanent for the teams to hold out their positions. T2K, Jane, alongside of Rick, Suyog, and Love, they're moving away in a different cars. Everyone has their own different cars, and I think that's a good thing for worse or for better, because even if one player gets taken down, the other ones won't get affected by it. But at the same time, if you do get taken down, there won't be any cavalry to come and rescue you up at that time. There won't be any cavalry to give you a cover. But Jane waiting out for his team at the water treatment side. But I want to see more fights, in fact, Fixes. We already saw 4 or 5 teams taking the fights and getting eliminated, but I want to see more now.
I mean, your wishes shall be granted, DSI, because seems like RRQ, they're out on a hunt, and who could their next potential victims be? Would it be the Wolves from KOD Esports, or are they interested in taking down Horaa? You know, they've been causing quite a lot of mischief throughout the lobby. But T2K Esports, you know, we've seen their phases, right? Certainly not one of the best days from these lads. But you look at VOIN, I think they look quite stable in terms of how they're playing and scouring across the land. Skyforce, again, playing around the center. Now, don't get me wrong, it's almost been a year since I last did cast them. But what I am aware of, and you could correct me on that, now this is one of those teams that love to play around the edges, fought their way in, and suddenly you see them fighting for contestation around the central areas. But seems like you did pick up something. What is it?
I see AWM in the airdrop number 1, but take that. That is the bigger question. I really want to see Volt action in the Miramar. I miss the old Miramar, whereas players used to use the Bolt actions instead of the DMRs, instead of the DPs, like we used to see now, the DVS, the good old days. I want them back. Please take me back in time somehow. But A1 TMT, so far, they're gonna move forward. They need to move forward. A1 TMT in this match, they have the best chance, I'd say, to take down the top position, to take down the contenders, that is RRQ, and get that throne for themselves. Already, Team RRQ has 49 total points if we are looking at them right at this position. So means a total of 10 points that still need to be secured by Team A1 Esports, A1 TMT. Ghost, VOIN, Horaa, ARF, these teams still have the fights against each other in getting into the top 3 positions. But yes, Fixes, the fights that we predicted might happen, it's not gonna happen, I think, until the 3rd or maybe the 4th stage.
You know what? you did talk about your qualms of seeing somebody wielding that big green cannon being fulfilled. I mean, had Delta been alive over there, maybe your wishes could have been granted, right? Since, DRS pretty much just burned themselves, sacrificed them for the greater
Yeah.
good. We're not gonna see that happen, but maybe somebody else who kind of can be interested in that. But yes, the good old days, but we know how risky getting a bolt action can be. And yeah, you miss your shot, your opponent just finds some cover rather than having a DMR and just tapping your way to success. But like you said, yeah, a little bit of a silence over here, not seeing those fights break out. VOIN, look at them trying to get that high ground, trying to get the central position. They want to kind of replicate that chicken dinner they got in the previous Miramar. And this is one of those teams, has been the talk of the town. They have been dominating their region, those EMSLs. They've been victorious there as well. You would expect bigger things from them. Now, you take a look at the circle, something a little bit similar, if I'm not wrong, Torix. Again, just spanning across the water treatment area. You've got the likes of T2K just around the center. But then you've got teams like ARF, you've got Alter Ego, everybody pushing in from the eastern side.
But so far, everybody's pushing from the eastern side, and even the Circle. Circle has taken an eastern side shift for itself. And I'd say that's a good thing, because majority of the teams, now that they're in the Circle, they won't have to move that much. They can stay at their particular positions, and either they want to initiate the fights, they can do that, or hold down the forts. But holding down the forts has its own cons as well. Maybe the team might rush on you, take the fort out of you. But SFIC against Team 4MV, they're taking the fights. They're taking that aggression. The Team Sky Force on the hashtag number 12 so far. They have somewhat lost one of their players. But once again, this match is playing with my heart as well. The airdrop number 2 fixes has an AMR.
I mean, that is one of those weapons would certainly get you good results, right? Does not matter which part of the body you're hitting. That's one shot could really crack open and peek into your souls. That is how devastating that weapon can be. But again, coming back to the game, T2K still holding on to the circle center, and we've got RRQ. They're searching for blood, and seems like somebody has been snuffed out. It could be a fight maybe going on, but hold on. They've got something else going on in their minds, as the call has been given out to disengage. And whilst all of that is happening, the two Mongolian titans, they're going after each other, Skyforce and for MERICAL vibes, in a collision of their own, as one of the buggies of RRQ has been destroyed. Now, Date, he's been knocked away, but Skyforce do not seem to be making any movements towards closing in on the distance. As you can see in the nearby vicinity, we've also got the likes of Team VOIN.
Yes, Team VOIN is in the close vicinity as well. There are different players, different teams that might initiate in the fight, but Team VOIN has decided to take the Team 4RV. In fact, 4RV has been taken down, one player. It's over for them for MERICAL vibe. It's hard for them right now with the 3-man standing and the lower ridge that they have for themselves. It's gonna be hard for them to trace it out, take the fight back for themselves. But yes, they are trying. Maxus gets the shots. The damage was done, but Doc, Apex, and Baron, the main 3 players of the Team 4MV, they're still standing, they're still in the match, and they're waiting out for the opportunity through the windows that anyone that they're going to see, that they're going to spot out in the open, they will completely annihilate that player up, because they have the man advantage against a single player. They know how to coordinate against each other. IHC, in the meanwhile, is close by to the Team Boom. And Team Boom, we have seen this team doing wonders somehow, but as much as they make a wonderful start, they don't live up to it and gets eliminated early on.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on that, because Boom Esports kind of come in with a shebang, but at the same time fizzle out quite early. Now, that has been the so-called concern for all their fans at this point, but IHC, Now, in the previous game, if you remember, they kind of messed it up. I think it was a fight against Alter Ego. Rosemary managed to take down the last two survivors, and IHC, they've taken it up on themselves that they need to salvage a couple of points only if they could somehow get that buggy out of that sticky spot. But yeah, IHC really focusing on the high ground advantage that they're holding on to on the western side, just east towards the crater fields. Now, this is one of those things we've seen happening from ages, right? Just take the higher ground, have a lot of the vision, and dish down all that death and destruction from the top of the hills.
I swear to God, if this airdrop number 3 would have been another sniper rifle, I would have lost it. But thank God it's a Groza this time around. But 12 teams still in the match are remaining. Another shift of the circle coming in 20 seconds. Where will it head out? Where will it go? We have to see it right here and now, because these teams are waiting out for the circle as well before taking the fights on if the circle is on them or if the circle is on a complete different plane. And I really want to see where the circle will head, who's gonna have the upper advantage. So far, I'm seeing Team R9 not having the advantage of the circle, 374 meters away. The circle has taken a bag from this team. So Horaa instantly, they're also another team that will be outside of the circle, and they were also trying to get in this circle. Supraman was shooting on the players, but no connectivity, no luck so far. AE, Rosemary in the meanwhile, ARF. These two teams have finally decided to take the fight, finally decided to take the initiative against one another. A beautiful fire from Octa side, doing the damage. Rosemary comes in for the rescue alongside of Alva, and it is a 1v3 from Alva's side, and another team, ARF, has been eliminated on the hashtag number 11.
Oh, they certainly aren't out of the woods yet. You've got the players of T2K who've heard all that commotion. Could certainly strike when the iron is hot. Now, you talk about Alter Ego, we have seen them every single game. They kind of seem to step it up a notch. And taking a look at the shift, look at it go. T2K, A1 TMT, right at the dead smack center, but the tabletop is RRQ out from Indonesia. They also have a really good spot to themselves. It all comes down to Lady Luck, whose forehead does she kiss in those final few circles, because honestly, it just could go either ways. Now, then, heading onwards towards what's going to happen next is all about the other variables in this particular equation. Who forces a fight? You can see the players of IHC again having some major issues with how they want to traverse through the terrain. Somebody needs to tell them, you know, this is not the best vehicle. Could potentially have a buggy and would have a much easier time. But yes, heading on, RRQ already getting the better out of T2K as Rig is out of the server.
Oh, Rig is out of the server, and the player from the team RRQ, they are somewhat getting some shots on them, but still, the players are not taking that much of an initiative that can harm them. R9 in the meanwhile against Team Horaa, they're fighting. Definitely knocks are happening, but the confirmation are what's gonna matter. I have a friend that always says that it's not a matter of factor of how you get fleshed out, but where you get fleshed out. Because if you're in the open, you're completely stranded. No one's gonna help you. But if you're in the cover, there might be some hope for you, and that's what needs to be done by the teams. That's how the teams need to play. Boom Esports, they want to push forward to the team IHC, but Demoji has a grenade in his hand. He's gonna throw it up. The player might hit the nade, but no, he only gets halfway done. The rush is coming on. The player finally has resolved that they want that elimination. They want that precious points for themselves. Demoji gets taken down. Abel is the last guy standing, but Abel does a good amount of damage on the player. He almost takes one down, but Mini 14 is what takes him out, and Flyboy flies Abel away. IHC is out of this match, and top 10 are on our screens.
Exactly, you know, exterminated in style. Boom Esports, that was a very good bait and switch strategy, and they knew what they had to do. And you do not see that quite often, right? A team pushing in from the lower grounds and still getting the better out of you. And IHC, they were caught with their pants down, you know. One of their players right out in the open. You kind of see two players pushing in from the buggy, with the other trying to provide the cover fire, just trying to bait himself, drawing all that attention, and boom, it was a perfectly well executed plan. And seems like they cooked IHC for dinner. But Team Ghost, they're trying to struggle a little bit, trying to get inside the circle over here. But look at Talk. He's got some other plans in his mind. He's pointed out Fonbit. He's got him right under his crosshairs. Will get the knock though. But let's not forget, he has to get inside the circle. And will want to get the better out of Yummy. But all he could do was do some massive amount of damage. But in order to get some confirmation, goes on for a couple more bullets. But look at that. Now Team Boom Esports might have escaped the wrath of our team from MERICAL Vibes, but could land light next to Team Horaa. But Sky, who's the final surviving member of this particular team, he's on a path to escape.
He's escaping his demise at this time, but he's outside the circle, so he has to be careful of that too. But for MV, they're constantly looking at Sky Horaa. They're constantly trying to find on where he's gonna stop, and if he stops, they're gonna shoot at the player. They might chase him out, they might chase him away from this particular position. So a 3-man squad in a single car they're pushing. This is a UAV, but Dog will get out early. Sky Horaa pushing forward, but at the same time the shots are being dealt at. VOIN is in the front side. They have to be really careful. Sky Horaa, you have to be super careful, because a single wrong move, a single wrong turn will mean your demise. The fire are constantly being done by Sky Force on T2K. So Yog has not just been knocked, but instantly confirmed. Fixes Team SF 6th elimination in this match. Finally, in this match, they are playing a little bit better than they have played in the past couple games.
Yeah, as long as they don't get picked off by vehicles running over them, everything seems like it's dandy. But yeah, I mean, jokes apart, Top has been one of those players who's been consistent throughout. You know, I've been seeing him right from his very humble beginnings. I think it was Astro Academy, if I don't remember. If my memory serves me right, I think that indeed was the case. But now, getting back to this particular game, Team Boom, like we said, right, they start off with a bang, but suddenly seem to fizzle out. Has been the case. Have been struggling against the blue. They're trying to be getting in, but look at what Frenzy has managed to do. And what's wrong with the Mongolians tonight? Where are those headphones? As again, another vehicle runs through the players of 4MV. And now Baron will try to get that revive, but RRQ just around the vicinity. They might want to strike in, but the circle taking a shift towards the southeastern side, and Alter Ego seems to be enjoying themselves that sweet position.
Oh, the sweet position. They are making sure that the sweet position is for them. But Baron now going forward, trying to take out the fight. But no, it's not enough. You have to get back. You have to be back, because that No Mercy review will be that crucial factor against all the Team RRQ fight that you're about to take. He might take you away in the backside, but he's also been spotted. The shots are being done. Baron knows that there's a single guy in the back line that has the potential to wipe out every single one of us. But fight started. Jane gets a 5k review. The last match MVP guy is out of this match with this. No Mercy Ryu and 001 are the only two players that are surviving right now. VOIN also wants to take the fight, but Baron gets taken down. At the same time, RR001 gets another player from the team 4MV. Back-to-back, different fights are actually happening. Not just one team is actually taking the fights, it's different teams, different players that's taking the initiative. VOIN 227 PRM getting that elimination. This is the second elimination for the complete team. Another player gets eliminated. That is from the hand of T2K Jane. Team RRQ out of this match. They were on the top, and even in this match, they manages to get 9 total elimination for themselves. Fixes.
Yeah, the closest team to them, A1 Esports, of course, they still are in the contention. Do have all 4 of their players alive, but looking at Skyforce, they've got everything calculated. They have the high ground. Certainly one of those games where they need to go big. but A1 TMT just around the water treatment area. Now, if the circle goes away from them, then their lives are going to be made miserable by the players of Skyforce. But look at T2K. They want to infiltrate inside the circle. Well, have been spotted out by Tops. Does manage to take those couple of shots on those bullets. But Jin will have no time to heal as he gets taken down from the damage from the blue. As VOIN Esports, they also have 4 of their players alive. And this is one of those teams that is always kind of silent from the very beginning. But hold on. Couple of shots being taken over there, but has given away his position. Now, at the grand scheme of things, that's not the best of ideas, but Noki seems to go after the players of Alter Ego. As Morpheus, he's been picked off. Now, we still have 16 surviving, 16 players still alive. Everybody trying to fight for that beautiful, luscious chicken. As Octa, he's on his own mission of his own.
Oh my god, this guy gets a beautiful knockout. Octa, you beast, you beauty. But the circle's about to come in 40 seconds. Team VOIN, you are outside of the circle. In the front line, there's the Team SF that might be looking out for you. Top has been spotted, but 27 PRMN is not taking any kind of shots because he knows that as soon as he's going to shoot, he's going to be spotted as well. T2K Love taken away by SF Top. This is the 5th elimination of the single guy, but 9th elimination for the complete team. Team SF in this match, they are finally coming back up slowly and steadily. They are making sure that they get some eliminations to their name as well. Team SF has managed to heal themselves up in this particular vicinity. Yokta has been knocked out. Team AE so far with just the 2 man, I do believe so, surviving at that particular vicinity. It's all up to that players. It's all up to that singular guy to do something for his player, to give it the revive, get into the circle and take the fights as well. Nirzed waiting out as he's also needs to get into the circle. He just needs that momentum. He wants that momentum, but that momentum's not coming because there's a lot of teams, there's a lot of players on each and every single corner. Anyone that tries to get out of this position gets instantly bombarded with the shots.
Oh, there certainly will be. But look at the spore coming from A1 TMT. Zeta, he's got some cover fire. He's got some teammates watching from the back lines. But there you have it. Hitman opening it up. But there you go. The trades coming right after that. 27 PRMN showing no mercy. And with that, Maxius wants to go for the push. A1 TMT in a whole world of trouble as Sinister is the final player alive. 3 teams still inside this game. And VOIN and A1 TMT wanting to go all out for this, out of which Skyforce, they want to get out all those juicy Lucius points as Tops. He's getting a couple of finishes to his name, and A1 TMT seems like they might just go for a reset. As Action, he's already closed in. 27 PRMN throwing another grenade, but now they finally have their attention at the players of Skyforce. Now what on earth is going to happen? A1 TMT somehow still keeping their numbers alive, but those grenades, those knocks coming in back after back.
No.
Last time those 2 games, those were those buggies. Now this time it's gonna be a grenade. A very appalling day for Action. He is not going to be happy.
Oh, it is not going to be happy so far. Top is taking the fight against the team of VOIN as well. 11 elimination. This is the moment. This is the chance that the team SF has to get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. They can manage. Even Sinister has been spotted. The fire has been done. Top getting another elimination. Team SF also losing 1 player in return. Team VOIN also has a single player knocked out. The confirmation is there. Top confirms the elimination. Right after that, he also gets instantly thirsted out. Nirzed taking the fight, taking the trade, making sure that his team is the one that's gonna thrive. 14 eliminations so far and 15 loading right up. The player has damaged a little bit, and MZY, he's on the last strand of HP, and a single bullet and a single shot is going to be enough to take out the player. Action looking at one side, Nirzed looking at the other, going forward slowly and steadily. He doesn't have any kind of healing. Another Molotov is being thrown. The player can go outside of the circle, deny the elimination, deny the kill, but no, he wants to take the fights. He wants to make sure that he goes while fighting. He's a true Spartan right there, and right then MZY gets eliminated, and with that A winner chicken dinner for the team SF has finally been loaded.
Yeah, I mean, Tops did a majority of that heavy lifting towards the end, but did come down to action and Nirzed. Of course, the Wizards of Miramar VOIN really did it all they could have done, right? Picking fights on two fronts. Skyforce, they were the ones who were being really clever. Let the fight pour in, let everything simmer, and they jumped right in to take that final piece. And there you have it, Skyforce doing really, really well. In this particular game, we did talk about how quickly they kind of took control over the central areas, paying respect to the higher grounds. And towards the end, they were kind of on the cusp of having a disaster with Action again being knocked out. But somehow Nirzed just goes in, gets the revive. And I really liked what Action did. Kind of trying to keep keep all that attention of the final player of VOIN to himself, while Nirzed just quickly sneaking in from the sidelines, ensuring that they get that chicken. But again, the storyline as it stands, the Mongolians this time, they kind of reign supreme in the map of Miramar, which actually, to be honest, could have been VOIN's second chicken of the day. But on the other side, we did see DRS dropping in on AGON I8, and just after taking them down, they also took their exit from the lobby, not in manners that I really appreciate. But regardless, it's a game, it's a tournament. They're still doing pretty good up top. RRQ, you talk about them. I think they did go for a couple of finishes, but we'll have to see how much position points have they acquired. But if you talk about the lonesome Bangladeshi team, A1 TMT, boy oh boy, they have been looking really promising.
They have been looking really promising, but this match, the way that the teams are played, in fact, SF, like how they played at top, as you already said, did the heavy lifting. Team VOIN did manage to get that second position, and that's a good thing. I still think that the Team VOIN outdone themselves in this match because they were struggling a little while back. They were struggling with the position, with the elimination. Not only in this match, they got some eliminations, they also made sure that they got the positions for themselves as well. They will be on the first page, somewhere maybe in the top 5 positions. A1 TMT, the match did not go as planned for this team. Alter Egos tried their level best as well, but it was not enough. You have to take those fights, those crucial fights for yourself. You have to win those fights if you want those like points for yourself. And
Indeed,
staying out of the fights, it's one thing, but you have to make sure that when the time arrives, when the like a placement, you have to take the fights. There is no other way. You take that completely with all your heart. There is no margin of error in those fights as well. But yes, there is some factors that yet if you don't take the fights at an early stage, the later time when you do get into the fight, you're so accustomed to the safer side that you're not able to take the fights properly. And I think that's one thing that the team also have to like change, that also team have to work on that.
oh yeah, of course. And as we take a look at the games that we had throughout the day, it was a beautiful start to the grand finals in this tournament, right? We had the map number 1, in the game number 1. Of course, Sanhok, the second one was Erangel. The third game, you talk about Miramar. VOIN played exceptionally well. You head on to the fourth game. We had RRQ winning this one. And the fifth one was, of course, Skyforce. Now, you talk about the first 2 games. It was the Nepalis that managed to do the bidding. And we did see DRS, Deadeyes guys come out on top in that one. So I think it was a mixed flavor bag that we did get to see. We had the Nepalis dominating. We did see the Indonesians also strike back. And then there were the Mongolians. If you talk about A1 TMT, the only representation from the Bangladesh region, I think they're doing quite decent as well. But the Pakistanis, that is a big concern over here, to be honest, Oryx. They have been facing a lot of issues getting picked off early on. Now, this kind of goes on to pose a lot of questions. What's not going right with them?
Oh, what's not going right with them? And I think this is the first day. This was the first day, and the teams are kind of playing like how they should be on looking out I think the strategies of different teams. So it's up to them. It's up to the, like, I'd say the game style that they have to play.
Uh-huh.
You can't go complete safe. And I'm seeing majority of them are going a kind of complete safe, and whereas they try to go, in fact, into the early stages of fights, they also get eliminated on that. Not only they do not know exact locations of the players, they just blindly at that time push it. That is one thing that's wrong. That's completely wrong. Team R9 did a good job today. Team
Yeah.
R9, I have to say, they did a good job today. They managed to secure a good elimination points, position points for themselves nonetheless. But aside from that, the other teams, the other players, they were not that good, and they do need to work it out on their strategies for today. They do need to do their homework for tomorrow and the day after, because it's only a matter of 3 days. And if you're not able to secure a single day for yourself, I'm sorry to say you're not going to be able to survive for much longer.
I kind of also have to add on to whatever you just said right now, because I personally felt like while we were watching them play, they weren't really prepared for those early fights. You could see, right? They were just rattled right from the very get-go. You have a certain team dropping on you. I think one of the biggest examples would be AGON X in that previous fight in Los Leones. You had DRS jumping in. And I think for a moment, they had a really, really good advantage. I guess they had seen all four of the players of DRS in that one vehicle. All right, they did some massive amount of damage, but I felt like they could have capitalized because the spread was there. They had everything in their favor. Suddenly, you see Gyante just changing the tides over there. Those two knocks, and then the pressure just builds up on IQ. But regardless, I think, like you said, I really appreciated how Team GHOOST played tonight, because I think they had a good, decent game around in Sanhok. Even the Miramar was fine. Seventh Element, the only game where they could survive more than 5-10 minutes. We did witness that happening in Erangel. So yeah, I think the Pakistani teams have their work cut out. They know that this is one of those lobbies where everybody is hungry. They want to go for those finishes. They want to take those early fights. So they will have to adjust and adapt themselves accordingly. But for the Nepalis, we do have the two big names, right? Deadeyes guys and DRS. Being the ones to really perform. We're still waiting for T2K to have a good game. And I think no complaints from the Bangladeshi team A1 TMT, because they have really exceeded my expectations. But if you talk about the Mongolians, Torix, I think I was really not impressed with how MERICAL vibes came out today, because it's one of those teams that's kind of synonymous with aggression. They know how to take all those fights, engage, get on their opponent's faces, and win those battles. But seem to be languishing somewhere down the line. But a team that also impressed me was RRQ. Certainly were prepared for all those fights. I loved them.
Definitely. The performance that they actually did, it's for the love as well. I'm a big fan of them from now on as well, because the fact that they managed to secure that much points in a single matter of day, it's amazing. It's a good start. Even in this match, they did outperform themselves. They started good, but they were not able to maintain that position. That's one thing. You can start good, you can initiate a good fight, but maintaining that fight and putting it on the ending, executing it, that's one thing that you need to work upon. And that's I'm still seeing a majority of the teams are still struggling with. That's what they need to work upon for today, for tomorrow's and the day after matches, because it's only 2 more days. But we have to see who's on the top. And going to the overall rankings right off the bat, it's RRQ. 55 total points to their name after the 5 matches. But Deadeyes guys, look at that. Fixes, even after playing 4 games, they still have 33. Imagine if they had played the 5th one as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were really there, indeed. But for Deadeyes guys, you look at them, did get a chicken dinner tonight and started off well. But when you look at the others, and in fact, the ones that impressed us the most, like, of course, VOIN Esports, 2 back-to-back consistent games in Miramar. And this is one of those teams that you would expect to be at least in those top three. But what I really did not expect was A1 TMT going head to head against the big dogs over here. Like we said, right? Team Ghost. Yeah, they were not in, they were not getting those chickens, but certainly were in the thick and thins of it all, right? Consistent games, but that's all we have. One Pakistani representation in the top 9. But when we move on ahead, that's where we would see those favorites, right? You have Seventh Element, one of those teams that we have a lot of expectations out from. And when it comes to being one of the most fan favorite teams, has to be AGON X, who I must say have been quite dismal today.
Yes, Team Agon, 7th Element, they were not up to the expectation for today. The first day, I've seen this, that both of these teams have never played the first day good at any time. No matter where have I seen them, no matter in which tournament they go in, the first day is always like that for both of these teams. But as the day gradually increases, as the day gradually progresses, their performance does as well. So I'm really waiting out for tomorrow and how they're going to perform. What kind of a comeback can they do? But so far, this was the top 9 teams on our screen, guys, that we are seeing. 55, then 48, that's 7 points difference. And even if you're talking about the top, I'd say 7, till the top 7, let's say, fixes, the teams have a single match chance of getting on the top position. But from the second page, we are seeing Horaa, ARF, Team Rage, AGON, IHC, for MERICAL Vibes, Boom Esports, 7th Element, and NFT. NFT, nonetheless, have not played a single match with a consistency in today. 3 placement, 3 total eliminations. But 7th Element, out of the 5 matches that they played, they didn't get a single placement point, but 9 total elimination. Boom got 11 total points with 10 elimination to their name. But for MERICAL Vibes, I want to know what happened to them. They were playing so good in the league stages, but in the grand finals, they're on the 15th spot, and that's a huge number that they're like backlashed against.
Yeah, I mean, a huge cause of concern nonetheless, right? Even for Boom Esports, you got to feel for themselves. Because, to be honest, early on, like we said, right, we might sound like broken records, but they start off with picking up a lot of fights. You know, they are the high school bullies, just come in, they spot you out, they go after you, and they try to hunt you down. But that's where their Achilles heels is at, right? I mean, they kind of tend to overstep a little bit and forget that they have a bigger picture to look at. And that is sort of the cause of concern for them. AGON X, I think they just had one decent game. But that was pretty much it. But 7th Element, they have been struggling so much. I mean, look at them. They have not even managed to get a single position point. That is where they really need to focus, and they've got their work cut out. They are going to be going back to their drawing boards and figure out what to do next. Because let's be honest, I think a comeback is possible. They can easily enter into the top 9 tomorrow if they want to, and keep the next few work. So yeah, it is going to be a step by step. They need not leap bound a lot of steps ahead, but yeah, I think if they put the work in the right direction, certainly can post a comeback tomorrow.
The comebacks, the only day for comebacks I'd say fixes is for tomorrow. The third day I'd say is for maintaining the positions. So whatever the strategy is, whatever the teams are going to do, you have to do it tomorrow. You have to get on the top positions. You have to make a certain a domination on the different teams just on the day of tomorrow, the 5 matches. Because after that, the third day where you will be playing once again, you have to maintain your position. You have to defend your throne. You have to defend against the giants that will be out there to hunt you, those clash drops, those early stages fights that we are going to see on the day number 3. You have to be prepared for that, and for that to be prepared, you have to make sure that your day number 2 goes really well. There is no margin of error after today, and the teams have to go for a safer approach. I'm telling you, I can tell you for today, for tomorrow's, my prediction is that the teams will go for a super slow paced fights. After the 5 or 6 stages, we are gonna see a lot of aggressions right off the bat coming back forth. But on the first 2 to 3 stages, I can tell you for sure that the only one or maximum two fights will be taking places.
You know, I am just going to be hopeful that we get to see some amazing action of PUBG Mobile tomorrow. But you know what? That was all about today. That was all about the matches we had. 5 matches done and dusted. We have the Southeast Asians taking a slight advantage over there. But tomorrow we are going to be coming back with 5 more games. But till then, you guys take care and have a good night.
to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Say I'm dangerous 'cause I broke all the cages. No, I didn't take it. No, no. There are people that I guess they'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty. Cold-hearted, but I'm just getting started. My eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Stay on stage, 'cause I broke all the cages. No, I didn't take it. No, no. They let me through that, I guess they'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. They'll be calling me but I'm just getting started. My eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Say I'm dangerous 'cause I broke all the cages. No, I'm finna take it. No, no. Tell the people that I guess they'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. They'll be calling me cold-hearted, but I'm just getting started. My eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. calling me, calling me. You'll be calling me.